Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Thursday, everyone. So we have our new setup. I know you're at a different angle right now. And also, I need to make sure you can all hear me right. You can all hear me good. I had to change the settings for audio and speakers. And so can everybody hear me okay? Does the sound good? Yes, we can hear me. Okay. That's all I needed to know is you guys can hear me and to make sure everything is correct. So if there's any technical difficulties, I need you guys to tell me today because, I have the new setup going. So I realized that we are at a different angle with the camera. I am going to figure that out. I'm used to having it on my laptop, so it's usually like this height. I boosted my chair up, okay, but as you can see, you guys are still a little bit at a different angle here, a little bit above me, and I don't want it to be above me. I want it to be eye level. So we're gonna have to figure something out, okay? I also disagree with Kevin. Sorry, Kevin, but I disagree. I do not think it's going to be a hung jury at all. Not in the least bit. I think we will get a guilty, even if it's a lesser included. You think the angle is perfect? You guys think this angle is good? It feels like you guys are too far above me. No? Because I can't back up anymore. Also, by the way, my t-shirt today is brought to you by, it says, don't try to figure me out because I'm a special kind of twisted. That's what it says. I'm a special kind of twisted. I also have my tank top on underneath because it's going to be a hot one today. But that's what it says. It says I'm a special kind of twisted because, well, folks, I am a special kind of twisted, right? Okay. I just want to make sure that the angle is not horrible. You guys think it looks good? I might have to do some fiddling around with it. I also figured out how to pin to the top of the chat on YouTube, because remember, I'm StreamYard and this is YouTube. So I figured out how to pin to the top of the YouTube chat the link for donations to use credit or debit. So that is now pinned. I didn't know you could do that. Me and Ash figured that out this morning. So that's awesome. We did this. So while we're here, before we get on to what's going to be this hearing today, do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, make sure you're, telling people we exist. We need to grow this community. I would like to keep this community going after this case. I would like to continue on to other cases. I did other cases before and during the first trial of Karen Reed. And, I'd like to keep doing cases. Sorry, my leg is itchy. I have to itch it. I'd like to keep doing cases, as I always have. And in order to do that, I need you guys' help. I need to grow this community in order to sustain it. I can't do it without you guys. I literally can't. So, hello, freak. I have the new setup. What do you think? Angle? We're going to have to work on the sound. That's the only thing we're going to work on is fixing the microphone, I think. Back to my face. Why? What's on my face? Is there something on my face, folks? Is there something on my face other than my eyeshadow? I decided I was going to do a more summery look today, like greens and pinks. Summer look. What's wrong with my face? We also do have monetization back. So we have our memberships. We have our super chats and super stickers. If that is your preferred way to donate, that's cool. But the best ways are the ways that go directly to the channel and not through YouTube. And that's these: Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and the pinned link that we have for credit or debit if you don't use any of the payment apps. You don't see anything on my face? What's on my face? Ash, what's on my face? Oh, is she going to send me a picture of what the angle is like? Probably. That's what I'm guessing. So today is going to be where they set the forms for the jury. They might argue over jury instruction, what should be in the stuff, what shouldn't be in the stuff, the way the judge is going to read it to them. So as far as I am, like, no, that's the stuff that we'll be dealing with today. It's still not. Hold on, let me get that onto the screen. All right. I wonder if I can do, no, won't work for a half and half. Well, whatever. Shouldn't have fiddled with it. Whatever. All right. So JMS said, Kevin thinks the last two ARCA witnesses did a good enough job to cause maybe one or two jurors to, okay. I disagree with him. And obviously nothing against Kevin. I just disagree because I have a lot of experience when it comes to the law, cases and the law. And I've seen a lot of trials and I disagree with him highly. I highly, highly disagree with him. Sorry, Kevin. I love you, but I disagree. I think the last two ARCA witnesses got blown up like a Hiroshima bomb by Hank Brennan. And Hank masterfully took a legal scalpel to every part of ARCA's testing and took it apart. Because their entire testing is based on them thinking that that has to be the angle of the arm. Which, as Hank pointed out, is not so. So, I disagree. I disagree with him. I also disagree with his opinion that Karen did it on accident. You don't back up at 24 miles per hour by accident. You don't, you know? You don't. I think that a lot of this case, last trial, I think the reason for the hung jury last trial was because the Commonwealth didn't make clear. They did not make clear what their case was, okay? They did not make clear a timeline of events that they could go on, right? The jury had to basically guess what the Commonwealth was getting at in certain ways. And I think that was due to having to try to play catch up with the conspiracy theory or trying to debunk the conspiracy too much to the point where you didn't get your own, theory across to the jury. I do not think that that is the case here. I think it was very clear to the jury what the Commonwealth's theory of this case is. And I also have to remember that they did not have Karen's recorded statements in interviews last time. Now, did they? We won't get one. Oh, Lori Daybell's getting another verdict today? Wow. Well, I have the greatest mods ever. Thank you, Ash. I'll look at them in a second. I am going to do the Brian Walsh case, depending on when it starts. I do think we all need to come to a conclusion on which trial or case we should cover next. I know. 10 o'clock. It's supposed to be 10 o'clock, not 10:25. It's supposed to be 10 o'clock. Well, so you think there's going to be a hung trial? A hung jury on it? I don't agree with a hung. I think absolutely it'll 100% be guilty, even if it's a lesser included, in my opinion. And we love Kevin, but they have lesser included they can pick from. So, it could be manslaughter that they go with instead of murder too. Remember that, So, good morning, Joy. Right. They want to speculate on a lot, but only speculate when it helps them. You know how that works, Joy. You're a lawyer. You know how that works, Gaslighting. I got a lot of backlash. Shoot, Kevin wasn't the only one that believed in the beginning that it could have been a conspiracy and some things could have happened. I also went down that road. We both did. And then we quickly figured out that that could not be the case when actual evidence presented itself, I don't think it depends on Hank's closing, in my opinion. I don't think anything depends on a closing, because I think Hank has already put together a well put together case, And I have no doubt that his closing will be just as good as the rest of the case. So I think, honestly, I think this jury is ready already to get in there and make a decision. And what that tells me is that they've heard everything they want to hear when it comes to this case. A lot of them have clearly already made up their minds in one way or another on how that they think that they might vote. So, is that from Daniel from Drunken Turkeys? He's funny. I like him. He's funny. I mean, if Hank can, the problem is the jury has to know that you don't need intent for murder too. And I think that's kind of the problem, is if it's not explained well to them. Good morning, Laura. That in the state of Massachusetts, you do not need intent for murder to mens rea. If that's explained to them, then I don't see why they wouldn't go with murder too. But it could be that they want to go with manslaughter instead, which I would understand if they did. But again, they have those lesser includeds to go for. So it's not just murder two or or not guilty. They can choose, instead of murder two, to vote for manslaughter and her be charged with the manslaughter, found guilty of the manslaughter instead of murder two. So there are other options that are called lesser includeds. I am looking forward to watching closing arguments. I am looking forward to it. I am not looking forward to the grandstanding, though, that Jackson does. He wants like 2 hours, and the judge is like, although I don't think that closing should be timed. I think it's absurd to time closings. But I think Hank will make it fit into whatever time he is given, you know? Well, you have to think, if you're a juror, are you noticing these things, right? The first things that pop into your head when you're watching this trial, like me right away, noticing that you're saying you don't remember what you had for lunch a week ago, but you can tell us you had a ham sandwich a year ago, but you don't remember any of the conversations, but you damn sure know what you ate. For me, that's not feasible as a juror. Now I know that you're lying. So, morning, Emma. Oh my God, I was just about to talk about this. So there was a flight that took off from India, I believe, and crashed just a few minutes later. And apparently something about it crashing near or into a hospital. It was going to the UK. Very sad. There was hundreds of people, 200 and something people, I think, on the plane. And then, God, I don't even know how many people. Oh, it looks like they're going to start, or at least try to start on time. They already have Fanny up there. How many people on the ground were hurt as well. But yeah, I saw that this morning. My daughter's bus driver actually pointed it out to me, and I was like, oh my God, that's so sad. I am covering the Idaho 4, but that trial doesn't start until August. So we gotta find something else to cover in between. She doesn't ever start on time. You were right about that. I don't know what he predicted last trial. If he did, he did. That's cool. Just because you're right once doesn't make you right every single time, though. I mean, I think it's more likely they go with a lesser included if they don't want murder too. Oh, those are being covered. We're doing those, you know? Stella thinks hung jury or not guilty. I think there's too many. We're doing his. Those are going to be fill-ins, though, because they're kind of sporadic at the moment. They did have the lesser included the first trial. On one hand, disregard actual evidence related to the taillight, but assume a random dog they know nothing about because they jumped to fight in the house defense. So we're left with random dog. Well, that's the thing. What did you leave the jury with for the defense? Nothing really, you know. And the clips, we have the other juror that was on the jury last time who said now that he's seen the clips, he would have, if he was on the jury now, voted towards guilty now. So they did have the lesser included, the first trial. The tail, is that what it was? On top of a building? Oh my God, that's so sad. It's another channel, Eva. That's just so sad. So sad. No, the jury's not going to be there today. The judge was very clear. She gave them today off. She had the court officers call them and tell them they didn't need to come today, that they are going to come tomorrow. Grant's predicting guilty of manslaughter, and Karen will get 7 to 12 years. I'm not going to suggest how many years she might get. I mean, nobody's going to know exactly how many. That's up to the judge. But I'm predicting guilty on at least something. There's 3 charges. She's being charged with 3 separate charges. She's already proved that she shouldn't have been drinking and driving. That's one of the charges. How could you not find her guilty on that? In her own words, she says she knows she shouldn't have been driving. It's kind of a no-brainer on that one alone, you know? Well, I think Hank is able to, now that he's going to be doing closing, he can, say, hey, this is the time, 12:31. Phone stops moving by 12:32. He doesn't get beat up and dragged outside or bit by a dog within 30 seconds. So what else do you think happened? Like Hank is, I think, going to have to nail down the timeline for the jurors in his closings and make the points that he's already made, but make them in his closings. And I think his closing will put together the well thought out trial that he has done in this case. I think he did a great job. I don't think they could have picked anyone else that would have done a better job. But I do think Jennifer's right. He gets to stress the pieces of evidence and the timeline, So we're not talking about the jurors. We're not talking about jurors that are all in their 20s here, folks. From what I understand, the jurors are anywhere between their 20s, and there's I think 2 that might be in their 20s to their 50s. So they're not all 20-year-olds or 25-year-olds. There's some older people on the jury, and it's 50% men this time and 50% women. And you have to think that they're going to remember the final stuff. The final stuff, especially the closing arguments stick out, but that's where it's Hank's job to remind them of the stuff in the beginning of the case, right? All the points. And I think if he just hits on those points, you'll see a guilty verdict. Yeah, how I'm sure John did see. We've seen her throw those daggers at quite a few people. When it comes to this trial and last trial, of her facial expressions, Well, yeah, once they are chosen, so that they all get bingo balled, and so they use bingo balls, and the judge picks out, 12, and then she picks out which one of them is going to be the foreman. And that's how she picks them. So you have to remember, 6 of these people are not going to be deliberating. Emma says guilty on all 3. There's a lot wrong with her. We know this already, guys. Yeah, I think he needs to make that point in closing, and everything should be fine, Me too, Eva. She should sit there for the rest of her miserable life for all of the, and to be clear here, we're talking about this mob that they created to harass people, to the point where, because Mr. Bradel decided he was going to, mention me in his little drama-filled spiel yesterday in the sewer turtle case, I started getting an extra flood of emails, text messages, phone calls, just people saying the most horrific, disgusting things. None of these people of which know me. People using text now apps thinking they can't be traced. Stupid move, guys. Dumb move. You can be traced with a text now app. Stupid. Can be traced. But I got a flurry of those yesterday and last night because, I don't know, they want to throw their fists up for a man that uses lies and intimidation to try to make his way through life and hide his own misdoings. You got to be having a midlife crisis to think that that's normal behavior. I think these jurors are smart. I think they're, just as intelligent as you or I. Yeah, I think she does too. Otherwise, I feel like they will keep going until the cows come home. And I think Dolly's right. She hit him on purpose. You don't back up at 24 miles an hour by accident. You just don't. You just don't. I'd be okay with manslaughter because that still means a hefty time in jail. Freak says guilty on all 3, but we'll see. It would be hard to live with if she was not found guilty, because all of the things that she has done, she wouldn't be held accountable for. Yeah, I think she said an hour and a half. She was thinking an hour and a half or an hour and 15 minutes. Good morning. I know I'm behind in the comments. Oh, yeah. Ham Sangy. Ham Sangy. Yeah, that was just so sad. That was really sad. You know, me too. But that's why I say there's something in the water in Florida. They keep letting murderers go. You know, that's what it was. Doctors' training schools where it crashed into. The plane crashed on top of the dining area of a state-run PG medical college hostel, killing many medical students. That's terrible. That is terrible. Yeah, we call that's Fanny over here, Eva. We call that Fanny. Fanny the fan over here on our show. Oh my God, the guy wishing his 10-year-old son a happy birthday during a murder trial. Like, guy, read the room. You're at a murder trial. Like, what? Yes, I do believe it was much better this time around. It was put together better this time around than it was the first time. You want to know why, Eva? Because they were fed a lot of BS in the beginning. They were fed things like there was taillight on top of the snow. Now, that would be sketchy. If there was taillight on top of the snow, I would agree. That would be sketchy. Problem is, there was no taillight on top of the snow. But they were fed that and many other lies just like that for 2 years. Thrown in with all these other little tidbits of things that could be suspicious or might be suspicious, put in a context where they wanted it to be suspicious. So that's how it happened. Like, that's how these people started to believe this nonsense. And then people on YouTube who do it for the dollar signs and the clicks decided they were going to continuously lie because they knew it brought in a lot of money to go with what the popular, or I wouldn't even say popular, but the noisiest thing was, which was a salacious conspiracy. It's just not true. There's no truth to it. Dog has bottom teeth. It also has saliva and DNA, you know? I mean, if she feels great, she lives more in delusion land than I thought she did. There's no chance she does. I mean, it's the same stuff we hear from the sewer turtle where it's like, I'm not scared. And then he's, you know, crying. So at home crying. It's nonsense. It's a show. It's all it is. It's a show. I don't know when the Walsh case starts. I'll have to look into it. I don't think the defense fits together because the only alternative theory is his arm was bit. If you're a juror, you say, if he wasn't hit, what was exactly? That's what I said yesterday is if he wasn't hit, what did the defense give them as an alternative? A dog bit him? No, because Dr. Russell said, well, that didn't kill him. Everybody who got up there said, well, that didn't kill him. The head strike, him falling, killed him on his head. Okay, so what's the alternative theory here? You know what I mean? Well, that's another thing that I keep, you know, paying attention to is none of the jurors were removed this trial. Last trial, they were being removed quickly. There was a lot of drama going on with some of these people, you know? Yeah, at 9, which means she was very, very drunk when she hit John. She was still way over the limit at 9 in the morning, you know? Oh, yeah, more cautiously at 24 miles an hour backwards. Definitely more cautiously. Yeah, a stray dog, like what with no bottom teeth though, you know. I would be angry that this is a second trial, but now they know for sure that this is a second trial. And so hopefully they take that into consideration and they don't come back with any sort of hung on any charge, that they actually find a resolution to this. Well, that's the thing. They saw the text messages. So if I see those, what I see in those text messages is a man who kind of wants to know what you want with him. Why you got his number. He keeps asking that. Why? Why did you reach out to me? Like, why? He keeps wanting to know why. So this theory of like what? Brian Higgins was so upset that he murdered John. Like, that's so absurd. We can. I'd have to look up the exact ones, but I know it's murder 2, mens rea, DUI, and I think leaving the scene of an accident with bodily injury or something like that. Oh, God. See, that's the problem. And shame on Annie Elise. Shame on her. Shame on these people. You know? I might not. Here's the problem, okay? Is most of these people know that in order to keep your channel running, you have to bring in money. That's not a secret. We all know that. Creators should make money. And by no stretch do I ever say that they shouldn't. They absolutely should. It is a job inside of a job inside of a job. There's a lot of work that goes into this. Even after we're not live anymore, we're doing a lot. Anyone who streams is, okay? Or who makes videos is. Sorry, one of my lights was facing the opposite way. But the problem to me becomes when they're willing to lie for it. When you're willing to say things you know are not true because it's the popular or loud thing, and you know that that's going to bring in a ton of new viewers and a ton of money, and you just say it, then in my eyes, you've lost your integrity. You have no moral compass. If you're willing to do that, what are you not willing to lie about at that point? It's just sad to me. Have some goddamn integrity and realize that you're affecting real lives, real people's lives. This isn't just, oh, you say a bunch of shit on social media and then poof, it goes away. These are real people's lives that have been affected. Real people's families, real people's feelings and mental health, real people. So when you get on your show and you spew nonsense and lies that you know are lies, so that you'll get, 10 super chats from Free Karen Reed in a 5-minute period, you are a coward. It's a lot harder. I think there's only 4 of us on this side that are telling truth. I think there's 4 channels total that I know of. 4. And most of them are a little bit bigger than me. Obviously, I took that sort of 6-month gap. Most of you know I have a terminally ill daughter who needs bone marrow. And so we had that 6-month gap and then a 3-month gap before that. So I had taken some time off. So my channel didn't grow the way theirs did as I took that time off. But it's a lot harder to get in here and tell the truth and keep your channel alive and running on all the costs that it takes to run than it is to sit there and lie and ruin lives over and over. I don't know how they look themselves in the mirror. I don't know how they live with themselves. I don't know how they deal with knowing that they're willing to lie or go with what's popular for it. It's hateful. It's angry. It's unhinged. Like, bring yourself back. Do some meditation or something. Come back to where you started, right? What was the reason you started your channel? Because I know the reason I started mine. Sorry, guys.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen Reed trial with us, but I wanted to tell you guys about some
Why isn't it? I just muted it, but it didn't mute. Hold on.
details. And when that happens,
Hold on.
you're at risk for a whole host of things. Identity theft, becoming a target of phishing scams, potentially stalking.
We mute him because he's obnoxious. But I don't know how they look themselves in the mirror. To me, it's like, I know why I started my channel. Go back to why you started it. Go back. It wasn't muted on my end, so I had to mute it that way to get it. Why did you start it? I know why I started mine. I have a friend who's still missing. He's been missing since 2006. His name is Miguel Oliveras, and he went missing in Portland, Maine. The FBI is offering a reward to bring him home. I have a friend whose mother went missing in 2019, right before COVID, and there's been no sign of her. I started this channel to cover cases, whether they're new, old, missing persons, cold cases, new cases. I thought this one would be a good one because it's where I live, I never could have imagined that it would have turned into what it did. I just figured, hey, this one's where I live. I'll start off somewhere where I live and I can go up to the courthouse and get the paperwork and, whatever. I have sources in my states, of course. So I said, this is a good place to start as a home state case. And then, of course, I did my friend Miguel's case and many other cases, along with Sandra Birchmore's case and, a bunch of other cases. But I am ask these people to go back to why they started their channel. Why? Why did you start it? Did you start it to help like I did? Because if that's the case, and because you have a knowledge of things to try to help people understand, court cases and what a certain motion, what's a motion in limine, what does it mean, things of that nature? Or did you just start it because you wanted to be like a YouTube star? Like, what was the reason you started? Because if it's that you started it to try to help and give education, then what are you doing at this point? What are you doing? Oh, yeah, that's what you'll get, Eva, is just hateful. They'll never answer a question like, what happened within 30 seconds? How does Karen's car back up at 24 miles per hour at 74.5% acceleration? Okay. How does that happen, right? At 12:31, his phone stops moving by 12:32, and then his phone battery, never moving, by the way, lowers and lowers and lowers and lowers and does not go back up, and his phone does not move until they find him after 6. So also there's no snow underneath him, so he couldn't have been put out there. There's ground underneath him, which means he had to have been there since the snow started sticking, which is around 12:30. That's when it started sticking. So if you ask them those things, they can't give you an answer. They can't. They just can't. There's no answer to give, right? Instead, you'll get an insult, or they'll say some horrible, awful thing about you that isn't true to just try to get under your skin, spread rumors, spread lies, send you DMs, send you emails. Well, it is. It's the noisiest. It's not that it's the even popular opinion. It's the noisiest opinion is what it is. You know? It was very inappropriate. You're wishing your 10-year-old son a happy birthday during a murder trial. You know? If I'm the jury and I'm looking at all this, there's no way that I don't come up with a guilty, even with just, you're talking about her, you know, driving while intoxicated. Guilty. She admitted to it. I know I shouldn't have been driving. We know how intoxicated she was. You know? Oh, have fun, Jezebel. Have fun. Well, that's, you know how it works, Anna. You know how it works. Well, you know, it can all be surprised. Oh, thank you, Eva. I appreciate that. Thank you. Prayers are always good. We'll take those anytime. We will take those anytime. We appreciate you. Thank you, Eva. Thing is, these people believe in everything they say. Well, that's half the problem, right? Even if you debunk it with a piece of evidence, they'll just go, nuh-uh, and stick their fingers in their ears and go, la, 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 la. You have to go to credible sources, like you say. Go to credible sources. Okay, so you're a little bit new to my channel, but my channel in the chat here will tell you, I tell them to even check my information. Everyone should be checking your information. You should never just be taking someone's word for it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to get to, come on, mouse. I'm trying to unmute this for you guys, and the mouse is not cooperating. Come on.
7. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin. Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti, and good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, so Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Alessi, you're standing in also for Mr. Jackson and Ms. Little?
We are.
Okay. All right, so first thing we left off yesterday was whether KKKK for identification, the PowerPoint of Dr. Rentschler would be entered into evidence. It will not be based on the objection, so it is excluded from evidence. So it's marked still for
That's the PowerPoint.
identification, and
I know it.
your rights are
Called
saved
it.
on that. So we ready to go forward with the charge conference?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I have a question first as to whether the court would like to entertain the argument on the motion for the prior finding not guilty of all the evidence.
No.
So, no, we can do that now. So now that my ruling is on this, evidence is closed. Evidence is closed as it was yesterday. So go ahead on your required finding argument. Sure.
Such a ridiculous argument.
5 or 10 minutes.
Take your time.
Thank you. We are renewing our motion for required finding of not guilty at the close of all the evidence, and in so doing, Your Honor, we're incorporating our oral argument in support of this motion that we made at the close of the Commonwealth case. At that juncture, Your Honor,
This
the
is
Commonwealth had
hilarious.
produced no witnesses to testify that John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with his having been hit by a motor vehicle, and if he was not hit by a motor vehicle, none of these three indictments may stand. The Commonwealth, we believe, at that time fell woefully short of proving their case. Now that the defense has put on a case, the Commonwealth's case has been further weakened, such that none of these charges can stand. Nearly every witness, Your Honor, we have called, we would submit, has destroyed the Commonwealth's theory of the case. Dr. Russell testified for the defense. She's a leading expert on dog bite wound pattern recognition in the country, and she testified about medical injury causation and provided the jury with her expert opinion that John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with dog-inflicted wounds, both bites and scratches. I would remind the court at this juncture that there was a dog at the very residence where John O'Keefe was found, a dog which was a longtime member of the family, which the family gave away after John O'Keefe's death. A dog which mysteriously was absent from the home at 6:30 in the morning on January 29th, when Jennifer McCabe claimed that she burst into Brian Albert's bedroom where the dog always slept. A dog which was absent from the home when the Canton police entered the home later that morning. Importantly, Dr. Russell agreed with the Commonwealth's medical examiner, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that John O'Keefe suffered no injuries that were consistent with having been in a motor vehicle collision. And again, if there's no collision, there's no case.
Bro,
Dr. Lopesada, one of the most
so
experienced
desperate.
and accomplished forensic pathologists you could find anywhere, agreed with Dr. Russell that John O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with an animal attack. And she agreed with both Dr. Russell and the Commonwealth's expert, Dr.
Commonwealth
Scorti-Bello,
experts say it did happen.
that John O'Keefe was not hit by a motor vehicle. So the question is, in what type of murder case would a judge ever allow a motion for required finding of not guilty? In a murder case where expert testimony on both sides is that the evidence is inconsistent completely with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, that's exactly what we have here. But it doesn't stop there. Both witnesses from ARCA drove a stake through the heart of the Commonwealth's case. Dr. Wolf concluded that the damage to Ms. Reed's Lexus was inconsistent with having come from a collision with John O'Keefe. Unlike Dr. Welcher, who created, we would submit, a meaningless experiment based on no scientific method, Dr. Welcher actually did the proper force analysis and concluded that Ms. Reed's Lexus was not damaged by the body or the arm of John O'Keefe. His testimony was unimpacted by cross-examination, and it's devastating to the Commonwealth's case. Dr. Rentschler further cemented that there was no collision between the Lexus and John O'Keefe. It is simply not possible that this 6,000-pound SUV hit John O'Keefe at 24 miles an hour and caused only superficial wounds to his right arm with no injuries to his legs or lower body. The SUV did not hit him. John O'Keefe was not hit by the SUV.
This is hilarious.
The case is over.
You're right, it
But on
is
top of
over
all that
for your
scientific
client.
Evidence, Your Honor, there were 3 additional fact witnesses
So
who
desperate.
testified for the defense who
Desperate.
corroborated that the Commonwealth's theory of the case is false. Sergeant Nicholas Barrows,
thank
a
you,
sworn
Anna.
police officer,
I appreciate
testified
you.
that when he saw Ms. Reed's SUV that day, before it was towed to the Canton Police Sally Port, the taillight was merely cracked. When he was shown photos of what it looked like in the Sally Port after Michael Proctor had access to it, Sergeant Barrows confirmed that it was absolutely different.
Exactly, Agent
Karina
99.
Kolakithis confirmed that there were no problems between Karen and John O'Keefe that night, even remarking on just how sweet he kissed her on the forehead shortly before they left
so
the waterfall.
sweet.
But perhaps more importantly, that kiss happened right in front of Brian Higgins, the same Brian Higgins who had been flirting with Karen Reed that month, the same Brian Higgins whom Karen had ghosted for several days before January 28th, the same Brian Higgins who had texted Karen that very night, well, and received no response. The same Brian Higgins whom Karen had given her back to
Okay,
all
this is
night.
just for the
The same Brian
cameras.
Higgins
Like,
who had to
come
be
on, bro.
restrained at the end of the night by Chris
And
Albert
Sammy's.
on video.
I
The
did not
same
have one.
Brian Alberts who is on video, hot, angry. I meant Higgins, yes. Yeah, the same Brian Higgins, who is on
Stop
video,
it.
hot, angry, and gesturing to John O'Keefe to meet him outside shortly before they left the waterfall and shortly before
I would be
John
too,
O'Keefe
my friend.
was killed.
They
And
have no
finally,
evidence.
Brian
None at all.
Loughran, plowing Fairview Road at 2:45 in the morning, was attentive, watching everything in front of him, very familiar with the Alberts residence, and had every reason to protect the Albert family.
It'll be denied.
You recall that he did protect the Albert family to a degree that night by
It is a
choosing
sideshow.
not to follow protocol and call the DPW or the police about the Ford Edge parked on the street outside their property during a snow
This
emergency.
is exactly for TV.
Brian Loughran confirmed that John O'Keefe was not on the front lawn.
Right? Why didn't you
at the
bring
Albert
them in?
residence at 2:45 a.m. That
Speculative.
means
It's all
that Karen did
speculative.
not hit him. There was no collision. All the experts agree on that, including the
No,
Commonwealth
they don't.
expert.
No, they don't.
And the only eyewitness that morning
No.
confirms it.
Didn't
Taking
start
the
till
evidence in
10,
the light most
Ren.
favorable to the Commonwealth
start till
at
10.
this juncture, with
You
their
said 10
evidence
yesterday.
weakened by an airtight defense to these charges, these indictments cannot stand, and we urge this court to enter required findings
Yes,
of not
they're
guilty
not going to do that.
on
Sorry.
all three.
That's not how
indictments.
evidence works, sir. That was nonsensical. The Commonwealth's evidence shows the complete opposite, and that was the most desperate move I've ever seen from an attorney. Lowley's going to argue this? Okie dokie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth requests that the defendant's motion for required finding not guilty at this juncture, as it was at the close of the Commonwealth's case, be denied. The state of the evidence is not dramatically changed since the Commonwealth rested its case in chief. Counsel makes reference to dog or canine. I would remind the court that there is absolutely no evidence,
canine.
none.
Zero.
Not even a scintilla of evidence of a dog. There is no evidence of an absence of a dog. You have Ms. McCabe testifying that she didn't see it in the morning, which does
That's
not
it.
equate to there being an absence of a dog there. The arguments from counsel of the Commonwealth would suggest grossly exaggerates the strength of the defense witnesses in their case. The bias and advocacy exhibited by those witnesses from that witness stand do not amount to credible witness testimony that undermine the Commonwealth's case in any way, shape, or form. A couple of specific examples when it came to Officer Barrows. His testimony was also that the cruiser camera footage from 8:22 in the morning at the driveway at One Meadows Ave, he indicated the damage to the taillight was consistent with the damage that he observed in the driveway at the defendant's parents' home, which was then consistent from the video or the photographs within the Sally Port. It's also consistent with 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows Ave on the still frame shots from that ring camera video. Essentially, the Commonwealth would submit that the defense witnesses all conflict with each other. You have a couple witnesses testifying about dog or animal bites. Then you have the ARCA witnesses testifying about superficial abrasions. You have Dr. Laposada talking about the drop in body temperature, which conflicts with Mr. Loughran's testimony as far as his confusion, as far as the hours of when he sees or claims to have driven by there and not seen a body. This is the same witness who is, I would submit, very confused on times, and then also backed into a basketball hoop during the course of his plow duties on that particular early morning as well. And as the court could see from the cruiser camera video, drove by the scene countless times, essentially rubbernecking it as he's going past doing his duties. Your Honor, what the Commonwealth would submit is that his case was more than sufficiently strong at the close of the evidence in his case in chief. There's been nothing presented in the defendant's case to diminish, particularly to the standards in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, and we request that the defendant's motion be denied.
And it will be.
So, Mr. Yannetti, you know I have to view this in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth.
I do, Your Honor.
And viewing it that way, the Commonwealth has met its burden, so the motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay?
Thank you, Ren.
Right. So
We already knew that was gonna be
regarding
denied.
the charge.
So frickin' desperate.
So we'll start with
Me too.
the defendant's missing witness.
No, he's proposing that
request. Who's
everything
arguing
be
that motion?
not guilty.
Your Honor, and I apologize, but we made the decision last night to withdraw two of our requested instructions, which would shorten things today. I think it's
Oh, okay, so everything on this is done, right? The defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request for instruction, you're withdrawing that?
With regard to the absent witness instruction, we're withdrawing that request.
Okay. And
Good,
what
it was
else
denied
from
anyway.
your
Going to be denied anyway.
proposed instructions? You said there were two. What's the second one?
The second one is that there's an entry on our request
Exactly, Leah.
for lost or destroyed evidence. We're withdrawing that.
Okay, I had a question about that. All right, thank you.
There is a supplemental instruction that we're asking the court to give regarding the display of the sweatshirt.
Oh, that's right, I saw it in email. I don't have a hard copy of it.
That's Mr. Alessi's.
Your Honor, if it's helpful to Your Honor, I'll hand up my hard copy.
Okay, if you could do that, I'd like to go back through the rest of it and come back to that after I've read it, okay? Who's arguing for the rest of the defendant's proposed instructions?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're gonna go through them one at a time. Who's arguing for the Commonwealth? Okay, so I think you're sort of in agreement on the basis of the law, right?
Yes.
All right, so model homicide instructions, and just as last time, so that takes a lot of time out of today.
Is that better on the mic at all?
And I understand, Prosecution might be on this, but as far as the instruction.
Or is this better?
Murder charge, Commonwealth is only seeking instruction on.
Better.
Murder charge.
All right, so we will deal with that. I'm going to go through the defendant's instructions are sort of the general instructions first, so it's probably easier to go through those, and then we'll have the argument on that. So presumption of innocence, I think my presumption of innocence is a little more robust than what you've requested, so I will probably, okay. And I will give some version. I know that there was a lot of attention paid and some appellate decisions on the each individual indictment. I'll give some further language on that. You've got an instruction to propose on page 4, reaching a verdict. Just, I will make it crystal clear, though. I think it was, and I was upheld on it, so I will make it crystal clear, okay?
Because there's no pool there.
I'll give you that, Ms. Giannetti.
There's no pool at Fairview, never was.
What is evidence? I probably won't give verbatim what you have. I'll take a look at it, but I will certainly cover all these topics. So, Ms. Giannetti, you're telling me that your client wants me to give a defendant did not testify instruction?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Again, if you want to take a look at what I gave last year, I think it's a little more robust than this.
I think we answered satisfied with the court's instructions on that, so we would be satisfied again.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Humane practice, I will give you Bowden.
Ew.
I'm going to take a look, size this up with what I gave last year. I gave Bowden last year. I gave a Bowden instruction. I don't think the Commonwealth objects, right?
We would object to the instruction.
Okay.
Yep.
Go
They
ahead.
haven't
Do you want
proven
to
it.
make an argument?
Bowden.
Just briefly, Your Honor, when it comes to the Bowden, and I would incorporate, and I know there's no request for instruction, third-party culprit, but the Commonwealth would be making a similar request that counsel be prohibited from making a third-party culprit or Bowden argument.
Or Bowden? Or Bowden?
I'm sorry?
You don't think the Commonwealth, the defense should be allowed to make a Bowden to argue Bowden?
So I would submit, Your Honor, that the entirety of any testimony or evidence
They've proven nothing.
or third-party culprit in this trial has come from questions from the defense, not from actual evidence in the case, not from testimony from witnesses from the stand, exhibits that have been put into evidence, or anything of the like. So in the instruction and the arguments are based or predicated and based on evidence. And obviously, as the court is well aware, there's a specific instruction that no matter how powerful they are, questions to counsel are not evidence. So what the Commonwealth would submit is that the court looks at what is actually in evidence in this case. There is no basis whatsoever for not only a Bowden or third-party culprit.
There isn't.
Instruction, but specifically for even counsel to make that argument during the course of closing. And I understand Bowden is a little bit more loose as far as the court certainly
So I'm going to ask Ms. Giannetti to explain to me. All right, so I disagree with you on Bowden, but I'll take a closer look at it. Ms. Giannetti, what is the
Yeah, shoot.
Bowden evidence that warrants an
Morning.
instruction?
I think it's
It shouldn't.
multifaceted, Your Honor. The police did not secure the crime scene properly. They used inadequate material to pack the evidence. Chain of custody was contaminated and corrupted. There was evidence of the bias of the lead investigator, failure to pursue other suspects, specifically telling his friends that the homeowner was sacrosanct because he's a Boston cop too. There was just a focus on Ms. Reed to the exclusion of everybody else. It was not an open-ended investigation. From day one, it was focused on one person and one person only. And just responding briefly to Mr. Lowry's comments about how he didn't introduce affirmative evidence of the proper way to do an investigation. We tried, Your Honor, we made a motion and renewed it, asking for reconsideration of the court's ruling that Mike Easter could not testify about an investigation. So to say that we didn't introduce that evidence when we tried to do it, we were
I think what Mr. Lally was saying, that you asked questions but weren't given answers. And so I think that's what was said. I'm going to, Mr. Yannetti, I'm going to allow you to argue Bowden, and I am going to give an instruction. So third-party culprit's an entirely different animal here. I know,
So they haven't,
but
in my
tell
opinion,
me,
met
are
that
you
burden.
going to argue it? Is the defense going to argue that Brian Higgins did this?
No, we're going to argue that the police failed to investigate whether Brian Higgins did it.
Okay, so just so that it's clear, that you all know, I believe, third-party culprit separately
I don't
is
think
a
anybody
lot different
knows.
than third-party culprit as it goes to Bowden. I ruled pre-trial that there could be no attempt at introducing
Third-party.
third-party culprit evidence regarding Colin Albert. So that was separate. But I did say that I would give you the opportunity to try and develop testimony regarding Brian Higgins and Brian Albert as third-party culprits. That threshold that you need to make to do that, to argue them as three-party culprits, has not been made by the defense. So you cannot argue that either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert
Did this.
committed or had the motive and all of that. Not third-party culprit, pure third-party culprit. You understand that? It sounds like you're telling me you don't intend to do that.
We understand the distinction, Your Honor, and we're strictly going with a Bowden defense.
Okay, so you can
They're
get
gonna sneak it.
into
Bottom line.
third-party culprit with Brian Higgins, that the police
They
were
didn't.
aware of
They did not.
whatever you're going to argue and failed to act on it. But it's strictly for that
Coming on.
purpose, okay?
He wasn't.
Okay,
It's a defense.
yeah. So Ms. Giannetti, and of course I take him at his word, tells me that they're not going to do pure third-party culprit.
Why are you taking me at his
Okay,
word? You should know
that's-
better.
That's great. That makes that easier. So
You should know
I will
better.
give, sure, go ahead.
While we're on page 8, I just wanted to, Commonwealth does have an objection to the Batista instruction. That's at the top.
They're going to. Why would you take their
Yeah, I
word?
have a check mark next to that.
Has this judge learned nothing?
Ms. Giannetti, tell me about this, the
I will-
absence of a recording. Are you saying that the police should have recorded Ms. Reed at her parents' house?
Right, so.
No.
Obviously, it's not the strongest E.G. Batista argument that we would have, did not occur at a police station, but.
No.
These days, Your Honor, it's common knowledge that everybody has access to a recorder.
They don't just record you in a home. That's,
Cell
come on,
phone
stop it.
could have been done, it wasn't done.
I will
We
go
have
over
to
this
rely
after, Eva.
on Police memory of what my client said or didn't say when there was a possibility for a recording, so we still think we're entitled to the.
Do you think it was custodial interrogation? Or I guess I should say, do you think the evidence supports?
I think there's an argument that it was a custodial interrogation.
I don't think they made up enough.
We had police officers who, refused to sit down in the living room. They were surrounded with her. Someone who was not familiar with dealing with the police at all. So yes, I think there's an argument that it could be considered custodial.
All right, what do you say about all this, Mr.
And
Haley?
I would also add, Your Honor,
Sure.
they did seize her vehicle at around the same time. So, you know, that it goes to, I think, the issue of custody and my client being able to deny it.
All right, what do you say?
That's the very nature of the objection, Your Honor, is the non-custodial nature of this. So the trooper spoke to Ms. Reed at her parents' house, as they did with a number of different witnesses on that day as well. For the course of that, they spoke to her while she was seated on the couch in her parents' living room. The parents were present. No one was restricted from eating. And it did not end in any sort of custodial situation. She was taken into custody. She was arrested. Yes, they did seize her cell phone and her vehicle based on information that they had developed from the course of the day and from statements from Ms. Reed herself. But I don't think that transforms that conversation or interview in a parent's living room into a custodial interrogation. The bigger issue that I have is placement, as far as there's already been within the same request of jury instructions or request for humane practice. And then following the DG and Batista language in the defendant's request for jury instructions, there goes on to all of this other requests regarding her compromised mental state and all of these other things that, while if it were to be given by the court, should be given in the same context of humane practice. I don't think it's something that should be highlighted in two different sections. I would submit that there is no evidence of her having a compromised mental state or anything to that effect. She exercised her judgment as far as when she was speaking with Sergeant Lieutenant and having his testimony from the stand, that initially she said she was fine with answering questions, but didn't want to get into any details. And then when the questions became centered on, or more centered on details, at that point, and I know that's not evidence to the jury, but of course, well aware, she then ended the questioning at that point. So I don't think there's any evidence of her having a compromised mental state during the course of this interview, and I don't think that arises to the level of the these instructions. So I would ask basically that everything on page 8 prior to the global instruction be excised.
All right,
Denied.
I'll take another look at this and I'll just let you know in the morning.
And Your Honor, with regard to the compromised mental state, we agree that that would not apply to the interview at your residence. But we believe that it applies within the humane practice context.
That is where it makes sense. So, all right.
If it's going to happen, it should happen once, not
Yeah.
I think that's
Yep.
fair.
Okay. Okay. All right. Prior statements, I will give some instruction on prior inconsistent, and I'll give a prior consistent statement. I will talk about the view. The absent witness instruction is withdrawn, so is the...
Not to interrupt.
That's okay.
Interrupt.
That's okay.
With regard to the view, Your Honor, we did include a language reinforcing the fact that the rock that they saw on the view was not present on January 29th. We asked the court to repeat that one sentence.
Okay, so I did not see this when I took a quick look at the view. All right, I'm not going to repeat it.
This is just
All
instructions
right,
for
lost
the
or
jury.
destroyed evidence you're withdrawing. Direct and indirect evidence.
They have to agree
I'm
on.
going to try and give a shorter instruction on that. So I will, even the one I gave is too long. I'm trying to cut down the time the jury needs to hear general instructions that I think they're perfectly
that.
capable of hearing in a shorter period of time. All right, thank you. Credibility, the same. Law enforcement witness, I think I gave some instruction on that. I'll include that somewhere in it.
If I might just in reference to that,
Sure.
only language in there that I would object to.
Okay.
Testimony of a police officer or someone else who works for a law enforcement agency.
What do you mean by that?
I think that was taken into account for the dispatcher, perhaps. We're not.
Yeah, I'll do police officer because they're police testimony. I'm not going to go beyond that.
I think that might be covered.
Okay, thank you. I'll do
Yeah, right.
the
Why not right now?
photographs, the opinion testimony, notes. I'm not saying I'm giving exactly this, but I will I'll cover all those topics. What page you on? Okay.
One suggestion there was indicates Commonwealth has introduced photographs and evidence. I would submit.
Yeah, I'm just going to say there are photographs that are in evidence. Was that the nature of your objection?
I actually think the defense has introduced more graphic.
Yeah, so I would just say you've seen photographs. Or there were photographs and evidence. I instructed twice anyway, maybe 3 times on it, so I'll give some version of that. Juror notes, I'll give some version. The implicit bias instruction, I'm going to give exactly what the SJC told me I should give. All right, so the Commonwealth's requests are sort of in the, you start with the law and then you get into the general instructions, Mr. Lally, so let's skip to your, it's not numbered, your supplemental instructions, use of a dangerous weapon. All right, so I'm going to give that, Ms. Giannetti. I gave a dangerous weapon instruction last year on the motor vehicle.
Understood.
All right, so I'll give probably what I gave last year, and this looks like it's it. What is not evidence, evaluating, I'm going to give what is not evidence. Evaluating the evidence, there's some instruction. Ms. Giannetti, what do you think about the short instruction on jurors? It sort of makes sense to me after such a long trial. No juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in controversy or to deliberate upon a verdict than any other juror, or solely because of that, solely because of that juror's occupation, education, experience, or any other characteristic. Okay. Thank you. Charts and summaries, I'll talk a little bit about chalks. And inferences, I will give some. I'll give the redacted exhibits instruction. Witness preparation for trial. Do you both want this? There was testimony on both sides. It's simply, there was testimony at trial that the attorneys, and I may say if you find, or something, preface it.
Morning, Mark.
Witnesses when, the attorneys interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the attorneys are obligated to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. I don't know if there's a sequestration order, if this is appropriate, though, where it says during trial, during the course of the trial. I'll just say when preparing for trial.
Yeah, we're joining in the request. I don't know that we included that in our instructions, but we're joining in the Commonwealth's request for that instruction.
All right. Okay. Expert witnesses, electronic communication. So I'm going to go through the limiting instructions I gave. I need to just do this again here. So electronic communications, I have that on my list. The emotional impact photos, humane practice. We'll get back to consciousness of guilt in a minute. I'm also going to give the prior bad acts instruction. I did that in regard to the Aruba incident, if you want to call it that. I gave a prior bad acts instruction before that testimony came in. I also gave the instruction that I will also give on the state of mind of John O'Keefe as to his state of mind being known by the defendant and the likelihood that she would act on it. So Commonwealth versus Binns in those cases.
Your Honor, with regard to Aruba, we don't believe that there was really any that came in.
I thought it came in through Kaylee. I should say it did come in through Kaylee. That's when I gave the prior bad acts instruction. She testified.
Well, there's no more whining. It's them having to agree on the instructions given to the jury right now.
All right, so did I give it any other time that there's another event that I should highlight? I don't think so.
I don't think there was
All right. I think I have to add that here. So, all right. And I will look at it and decide whether I need to add it specifically. It might be covered enough. Might be covered enough when I give the electronic communications instruction. So I will think about that. All right, those were the limiting instructions I wanted to get to. So
We would object to the part of that act being linked to the Higgins text message.
all right, I'm going to take a look at that, Mr. Lessie. All right. Consciousness of guilt.
Your Honor, Collins.
Okay. All right. All right. So tell me where the difference is in what I gave last year
She's here. No, they don't deliberate on
from the
the
model homicide instruction on second-degree murder and where you're saying I should not this year, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, so the only,
One second, let me just pull that up. Okay.
Your Honor, Collins' request is merely not for any change of operation. The instructions that were given other than there are three-pronged malice. Essentially, the Commonwealth is requesting is that the jury be instructed
Speak up.
merely on third-pronged malice, because that's the only one that really applies to these factors.
Okay.
The Commonwealth here refers to two prongs that are essentially framing this situation and don't actually give it. Avoid confusion.
Do you have supportive case law for me to single this out? What do you say, Ms. Giannetti?
I mean, Mr. Brennan essentially stated that in his opening statement.
Stated what?
Well, in his opening statement, he stated that he's not alleging that he intended to do him grievous bodily harm, not intentional. It was just the third prong. He stated that in his opening. I imagine that's what he'll likely argue in his closing. You know, I don't have a position on this. I just don't know, and I think the court's going through this analysis in your head as well, whether it's permissible or not. I just raised that as an issue, but I don't have strong feelings about it.
I could say the parties agree that the first prong and the second prong are not applicable here.
I think we're just at the position where we'll refer to the court on this.
Well, I'm not going to say you agree if there's no agreement. If you can get me a case by this afternoon,
I will endeavor to do so, Your Honor. We will. I don't have it.
I'm inclined to go with the model. I'll see if there's something I can find. You're probably better at finding it than I am, Mr. Lally, but I'll see if there's something I can find to support the position that it's just the third prong, and therefore I only have to give that instruction. I don't think I'll find anything, but let me see. Because I can understand why both of you don't want it. Just let the jury focus on what they need to focus on.
That's really the only reason. I understand, and I don't certainly want to take.
You know, I suppose I could always tell the jurors that the Supreme Judicial Court has come out with jury instructions that I must give in their entire format. And that sort of explains why I say something that doesn't apply, maybe.
I wouldn't mind.
We wouldn't have an objection to that.
Maybe I'll do that, but let me see if I can find something. If I can find something that says I don't have to give those first two prongs, I'll let you know before you begin. All right.
And Your Honor, before the court makes a decision on that, we see what the court is proposing if you are going to alter the panel.
If I alter it, it means I remove those two. That's all.
Right, no, we just want to.
Yeah, sure. My guess is that won't happen, but we can see. All right. So, lesser included offenses. Did you want an OUI instruction? You were.
We're asking for that.
Okay. All right. Right, I think that's it, aside from Mr. Alessi's motion regarding the exhibit. Right, is there anything else that we're missing?
Just a couple of
I don't know,
other
he's
issues.
there.
One is, with regard to the Proctor text messages, we have a redacted version now, which we'd like to submit to the court of the Commonwealth. You recall that we had agreed essentially on a redaction subject to the court's ruling.
Okay.
But it wasn't in final form. We believe it's in final form now.
And you all agree that it's in final form?
Well, they haven't seen it.
Oh,
But I'm going to
okay.
give it to them now. Can I hand this to the court?
Sure, thank you. All right, so,
The only other issue, Your Honor, is we do have a...
hold on one second on this issue still. So I will give the Commonwealth this afternoon to take a look at this. And tomorrow morning, if you don't have agreement, then we'll have to deal with it, and I'd prefer not to have to deal with it, so,
I'm sure we can be in touch this afternoon. I do not believe...
Prefer not to deal with it?
okay.
Just a couple other things before we get to Mr. Alessi.
Yeah.
One is that we do have the Dr. Wolf PowerPoint to be introduced in the evidence from.
Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler?
Dr. Wolf.
All right, and this was allowed into evidence unobjected to. I thought we already had it, we didn't?
Right.
We haven't redacted, so we...
Okay.
It's on a thumb drive.
Okay, the Commonwealth has seen it? All right, so they'll have to see it. So Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, Ms. McLaughlin, one of you has to take a look at it.
And then, will the court allow more than an hour?
I'll allow more than an hour. I'll allow an hour and 15 minutes.
Thank you.
All right.
An hour and 15
You
minutes.
mentioned that we had a proposed verdict split for Constitution, Your Honor.
You did not.
Okay, we do have one, we've got given a copy to the Commonwealth. Can I hand the
Okay.
proposed copy to the court?
Sure. Is it the same as last year's, but now with a?
It's different.
Okay.
She didn't want to deal, it's a motion for something that
Right.
Nettie wanted in.
So we'll have a chance to digest that.
Oh, I digested it, Mr. Alessi. Go ahead, I'll hear you.
I'm actually United.
Yanetti, jeez, I'm sorry.
So, Your Honor, you'll recall, we had some spirited argument both before and after trial regarding this particular issue. And our concern, Your Honor, was that it's obviously a confusing indictment because of the number of lesser includeds and the number of elements that are different for each lesser included. And we were uncomfortable with, there being one option for not guilty at the top of the form, and then multiple options for multiple different types of guilty verdicts throughout the remainder of the form. So what we have done is to fashion this in a way where the jury, pursuant to the court's instructions, would first decide the offense as charged, and if it's a guilty verdict,
Madam Clerk?
the analysis is over. If it's a not guilty verdict, they go into the next lesser included offense, and again, same analysis applies. If it's not guilty, they then go to the next until they finally reach the final verdict, which the lessest, or the least, I should say, of the lesser included offenses is simple operating under the influence, where they have an option for not guilty or guilty. We've also changed a little bit of the wording, you'll see, which I think makes it clearer and less confusing. When the jury is given options for theories of guilt on at least like three of the charges, including the main charge, because there's this issue of either under the influence or 0.08 or greater, originally read, Your Honor, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol was repeated twice. It was repeated once where there's an option for guilty, and then it was repeated again with both of the other options. We think that this is simpler, it's cleaner, it's clearer, and we believe that this verdict slip is the most appropriate one.
Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, as the court is probably well aware, the Commonwealth is not requesting any lesser included, and I certainly understand that if the evidence supports it, the defense requests it, that the court must give it. Having said that, the verdict slip was used in this manner last year. The Commonwealth would submit is more than sufficient and adapted to the defendant's request. The only other thing I would bring to the court's attention, I don't know if you're aware, there was a case recently, while this case was going on, tried before Judge Revolut, in which he had similar issues. I believe used at least part of the verdict slip from the first trial, in this case, as sort of a template for the lesser included that he instructed and the verdict slip that they utilized in that case. I don't have a copy of it on me, but I can certainly get the court a copy of it. Doctor, but that may be somewhat helpful if the court is thinking of
Okay, was that our murder case?
It was not, but it had to do with a felony motor vehicle homicide.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Mr. Turk. Mr. Turk.
Mr. Yannetti, I don't believe I'm going to give this, but I'll take a closer look at it.
Well, we appreciate that. Judge Lau is an excellent judge. We think that this verdict slip is, it provides the most clarity for the jury. That's why we're...
Okay, and that's where I think we disagree. So I will take a closer look at that. And so has it been filed officially and docketed?
I just handed it, I believe.
All right, so Madam Clerk, you have a copy up there?
The proposed, I think this is the only copy.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, okay.
Do you need an extra copy?
Sure. Yes. Or, you know what, just mark it for identification, Margaret. We'll do that. Chrissy, please. Just for ID.
It's LL for ID.
4 L's. Me either, NYV. Me either.
Thank you. Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, just one request, circling back to the constitutional instructions. So the Commonwealth is withdrawing.
Never forgotten. She's here with us right here.
However, would be seeking to make some argument or reference in his argument to the jury related to specific areas which we would need conditional approval before we did. So the two areas that are sort of listed within that we would like to make some argument to the jury regarding is the defendant's taking of the Lexus from one metal tab in to her parents' residence in Dayton, and then certain statements made in reference from the various clips that were played of her statements.
Okay.
In particular, would be the one where essentially she says it's defecated to her.
Okay.
They want to use the same one as last time.
Mr. Yannetti, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, we would object to that. I don't see it's her or me being evidence of consciousness of guilt. And the notion
Of course it is.
that she's driving from one residence that the police know of to another residence that the police know of, which is her parents' house. The car is open and obvious in the driveway. In fact, when the police call, she says, yes, come on over. I don't see that as being any evidence of consciousness.
It is.
Okay, so I'm going to allow them because they're permissible inferences from what's in evidence, but I'm not going to give, even before it was withdrawn, I wasn't going to give a consciousness of guilt on those.
And just to be further clear, there may be other clips and statements.
Yes, so I did want to ask you, though, Mr. Yannetti, I think it's an argument that can certainly be made by the Commonwealth regarding the video clips that your client gave during various interviews. I think consciousness of guilt is a permissible inference from some of those. are you sure you don't want me to give the consciousness of guilt because it's got helpful language for a defendant in it as well?
No, we
Okay.
do not like it.
Okay, I just wanted to give you the opportunity. Okay. All
For
right,
what?
anything else?
If they were going to
Anything else,
argue that,
Mr. Yannetti?
they should have.
We're going to hear from Mr. Alessi, but
The Commonwealth does not object to the reductions.
that's great. Thank you. One less thing you all have to do today, okay?
This is Mr. Alessi.
I know. All right, so let's make that, are we switching that
Morning,
new
Francesca.
redacted version with the exhibit number? Do we know what it was before? Excuse me. The redactions on the Higgins messages, that's what you're saying you're fine with, right?
Proctor Communications.
Proctor Communications, okay.
Right, this is the testimony that came in.
Of Proctor, yes.
If they were
All
going to
right,
argue
so
that, they
we'll
should have argued
find the
that.
exhibit
Judge
number and we'll
should
just,
be doing it for them. Like, come on.
209, is everybody in agreement that
hell?
it's exhibit 209?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does the court have a copy or do they need the Commonwealth?
No, I wrote on it. I need the Commonwealths.
So this is a clean copy. This one.
So that will now be 209 in evidence. You know what, can we make that 209A? We need, Mr. Yannetti, we need to keep record of the first one that was not redacted, so any objection to making this 209A?
No objection to that. And so original 209 will not be sent in. Is that?
It becomes.
So what do you think? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll switch it back to ID, and this will just be 209? All right, did we have an ID number on it originally? Can it still be that?
Is it redacted, the NNN, or is it, no, it can stay that.
Okay.
But is this the-
Oh, it's just NNN, it's not,
Well, where did it?
no, it became 209.
So that has
Our thinking is it needs to be sent back to letters for ID. I think.
Yeah.
So it'll be marked MM for ID.
That's great.
Perfect. And then the redacted version will now just.
209.
Yes.
Yep.
No, there's going to be consciousness of guilt instructions, just not on that specific thing.
And we'll hear from you this afternoon. Just somebody send us an email to the clerk's office. So someone send an email to the clerk's office today letting us know if the Wolf PowerPoint is ready to be put into evidence after the Commonwealth looks at it. Okay, so we'll take care of that. All right, Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah,
If I might
tomorrow.
suggest respectfully a procedure to the court, I have spoken with the Commonwealth about what the topic is. It's obviously not new to anyone, but perhaps to expedite this matter, if I might suggest to Your Honor to avoid a more lengthier argument, it might even truncate it down to 30 seconds. If we could hear from the Commonwealth on what we have requested, and the topic specifically is entitled Defendant's Motion for Curative Instruction regarding Exhibit 88 and Introduction into Evidence of Exhibits. The exhibits is taken care of, that's no longer an issue. But I did speak with Mr. Lally, and if I could suggest that Mr. Lally can state his position as I understand it, and then I can go from there, and it may not be necessary for me to continue on.
All right. What's the Commonwealth's position?
So, Your Honor, the Commonwealth's position is ultimately for the court as far as whether or not it's an appropriate instruction to give in the final charge. What the Commonwealth would submit is that the contemporaneous instruction was more than sufficient to address the issue, and that it doesn't require any sort of differing language for further instruction given to the jury during the court's final charge.
Okay. All right, I'll hear you, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Alessi.
Honor. May I go to the podium?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, God, of course. So you can grandstand. It's actually good to do it Friday. They might not
Your
want to
Honor,
come
I
back
have
Monday.
given, and Your Honor has provided me previously with a generous opportunity to be heard on this, but I do need to cover some points with regard to the matter. I was hoping to avoid doing this, but given what we just heard, it needs to be done respectfully. As Your Honor knows, we have submitted this motion, and as part of the motion, it really consists of two parts. The first part is the text and the basis for what we're requesting. I'll come to that in a moment. And then attached to it are is Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and those exhibits are our best effort at transcribing, because there's not an official transcript at this point of exactly what happened. Why do we put in the exhibits? We put in the exhibits because we believe it really sets forth and illuminates quite vividly what occurred. It occurred rather rapidly, but I think this allows for a much more these exhibits allow for a much more reflective analysis. So just briefly, what, as we know, happened is Attorney Brennan took Exhibit 88 encased in whatever the plexiglass material, had it set up, and we understand this now in retrospect, behind the witness stand. And then at a certain time in the cross-examination of our witness, Dr. Wolf, confronted Dr. Wolf with it as part of an accident reconstructionist cross-examination, and challenging Dr. Wolf on several aspects. And this one was particularly apt, that the subject matter, not the manner of the examination, was, Dr. Wolf, you're saying this, these are your theories. However, did you consider and take into account the holes in the back of the hoodie? And that led to a series of questions and a series of answers. And I want to go right to the end, because I think going right to the end better elucidates what actually occurred and the depth of the issue and the problem here in this misconduct, which we believe was intentional. Specifically, the end is, we know, and I believe it is completely undisputed, that the holes in each and every hole in the back of the hoodie was caused by the criminalist, a witness in this case, Ms. Hartnett, who made those cuts as part of her analysis. And that was in May of 2023, long after the alleged incident of January 29, 2022. So that's sort of the end, undisputed. Now let's go back to what happened in the examination, the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf. So he's confronted, and I think, we put in Exhibit A and B of it, but what is particularly striking is on page 7 of Exhibit A.
Back to the damn
and it's the colloquy that starts in the middle, which we've yellow highlighting, Attorney Brennan saying, when you were making that opinion about consistent or inconsistent, did you ever consider whether there were holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt other than the right arm? Dr. Wolf started to answer, well, I know that there was cutting to, and I emphasize cutting, and then he was cut off by Attorney Brennan, and Attorney Brennan said, may I approach and receive the exhibit, Your Honor? And we note that in the context of many other statements in this regard as to what happened.
It's not necessary.
So now this comes to the requested relief, and I'm going to move to the part of the argument, Your Honor, that we believe respectfully compels what we're requesting. So now I want to just state what we request. We believe what we've requested is quite modest, given what happened.
Figured it out this morning,
and our proposed curative instruction
You want
is on
another.
page 2 of our motion. It states, during the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, falsely insinuating that those holes were sustained on January 29, 2022 from a fall backwards. I instruct you that those holes were not present on January 29, 2022. Those holes were made by Maureen Hartnett, a criminalist at the Massachusetts State Police, I've got the acronym MSP, Crime Lab, in the course of her inspection and sampling of the clothing on May 18, 2023. Dr. Wolf correctly testified that those holes did not come from any alleged event on or about January 29, 2022. Please juxtapose that with regard to the instruction Your Honor had given, which was a sentence, so, jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Hartnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt.
Didn't I include the date you requested, the May 18th date? I thought I did.
You know, Your Honor, I think the answer is no, but
Right.
because I'm doing it from memory and I don't...
This is not an official transcript, right?
Exactly, Your Honor, so I can't say it with certainty. I don't believe it was.
Okay, because that date you told me was important to you, right?
Among other factors, the date was important.
It's May 18th, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead.
And so, Your Honor, I believe what is fair in the analysis and as objective as I can be here is, I think the curative instruction has to tether to and relate to in its details the degree of what happened. This was on a very significant topic, accident reconstruction, a significant piece of evidence, the hoodie.
Dude, shut up.
There's been much discussion among many expert witnesses about this hoodie, what it stands for. There's been videos on it. You know, our position, the hoodie in a proper accident reconstruction would be completely unaffected by any alleged motor vehicle incident.
From last trial.
And then to show the witness on this for the defense, it clearly left the impression to any objective observer that Dr. Wolf had somehow been incompetent, which is 180 degrees of the reality,
with the
but also that he just wasn't otherwise diligent, and the jury therefore should not weigh and value his opinion. This is very, very significant, and I underscore, Your Honor, we didn't cause this problem. We didn't cause any of this issue.
You caused a lot of issues, sir.
To me, I do not understand why the Commonwealth would not support this.
Oh my God.
What we have written down here supports the truth.
Jackass.
We all, I believe, should have the common goal of the jury receiving the truth. I looked at the jury, I'm no soothsayer or mind reader, but I looked at the jury and they looked confused when I looked over at them, but I think even aside from looking at a jury, what Your Honor did in good faith, I don't believe is clear enough on this key issue, and I'm not understanding why there would be any real contest over making it clear to the jury on this very important point. The defense, to my point of being measured at the time and being measured now, we could be requesting a lot more statements about what occurred. And I've been in situations in other trials where things have happened and there's been many more significant things stated.
Hearing right now.
So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense not having contributed at all to this issue, the significance of the issue, the significance of the error, it's undisputed about the error, to me, respectfully, all augurs for more clarity here. And the final point, there's two issues here. There's the fact of when these holes occurred, these cuts, and how they occurred, that's one bucket. But the second bucket, which is not in the current instruction, is our expert witness, Dr. Wolf, and the impression left upon him. And that is why we have the language in there, again, we believe quite measured, just the sentence at the end to take care of the harm to our witness with regard to what occurred. So,
the harm.
therefore,
you and
Your Honor,
client
we respectfully
caused everyone,
request
including me.
that this be given.
Fuck off.
So that the jury has
Yeah, I
a
said it.
clear and complete and truthful understanding of not only what happened, but also to make sure that it is what's created for the jury is accuracy, hence
by the second.
truth can be concluded. Thank you, Your Honor.
Denied.
Thank you. I do just want to point out one thing. It was not objected to at the time it came in. That's my only comment. I will consider this. I'm going to hear from Mr. Lally. I will consider this.
What is it that was not objected?
The testimony was not objected to. I didn't hear this until I think after another witness.
Your Honor, if I could just, thank you for
Oh my God,
raising
no.
that. 10 seconds for that.
No.
I will, and I made this point the very time that I made the argument last time. We were not shown that Exhibit 88 in the encasement. It was behind the witness. We didn't even know that it was behind the witness. So what happened was, Attorney Brennan went up, retrieved it, and immediately went to the witness with it, showed it. We couldn't even see what was happening.
Oh, please.
There was no physical nor other ability for us to object at the time. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to respond to that.
All right.
Oh,
Mr.
please.
Lally? Keep your voice up.
Bullshit.
I'm not going to get into a belabor the point as far as the back and forth about conduct of counsel. During
Speak up, dude.
During the heat of the extended exchange with a witness on stand, things can happen. Mistakes can be made. It was immediately remedied, recognized, acknowledged,
Thank you.
and accepted as a mistake. There were numerous offers by the Commonwealth to offer a stipulation as to the truth as far as the evidence is concerned that were rejected by the defense. They wanted the curative instruction. They got it contemporaneous with when the evidence came in. There have been many instances of similar type conduct that didn't result in a curative instruction.
That's right.
And to accentuate it further in the final charge to the jury is simply improper. It was a situation that arose as far as whatever misstatement was made at the time, as far as whether it's from the testimony from the witness or the question from counsel, was immediately remedied, was taken care of. I don't think that there's any confusion by the jury. And furthermore, as I indicated, the Commonwealth offered a stipulation at the time that this occurred, which was essentially rejected by the defense. They got the curative instruction at the time. That is all that is required. It is more than sufficient, and it doesn't need to be accentuated or addressed further in the final charge.
Okay. So I'll consider it, Mr. Alessi. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Denied.
All right. Anything else? Two things I'd like to talk about for scheduling. The jurors get here early. I'm going to ask if the court officers to call the jurors and ask them two things. To ask them if they can get here a little bit earlier so that we can all be in the courtroom at 8:45, ready to start. So things take a little while generally. That will assure us the closing arguments will start right at 9, maybe a few minutes earlier. The goal would be to hear arguments from both counsel and then take an early lunch break. I would ask that counsel plan on just a half an hour lunch break. I'd like, the point being, I want the jurors to start deliberating. I don't want to end the charge and send them home for the weekend. That's not fair after they've waited so long.
Nope.
So a short lunch, you're free to stay in the building and court officers will help you with accommodations for that. But a short lunch, and then I'll come out and do the charge. And then at least, hopefully, there'll be some time for them to deliberate. I'm going to ask the court officers to call the jurors to see if they can stay as late as 5 o'clock or 5:30 tomorrow night. I just don't think it's fair after they've sat through so much of this trial with
Yep.
the various delays that we've had to not
the
let them
defense.
start deliberating.
We have no
Yep.
objection to that. One request we have, Judge, is during the last trial, during deliberations, the court had asked us to be within 5 minutes of the courthouse. My office is about 10 minutes away.
I'm sure we can make accommodations for that. But at some point, we may have to talk about security issues. So
Yep.
a lot may depend on that.
Understood.
All right.
Yep.
Does the Commonwealth have any objection to that schedule?
No, Your Honor, not at all.
All right, so we'll see counsel in here no later than 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
We'll counsel here at 8:30. All right, thank you.
All right.
Should have already been that way. So.
Is there already one of these, like, are we swapping?
Yes, please.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I mean, really? Well, so that's the thing, right? The delays were caused by the defense. This should have already been happening. They should have already been there by 8:30. Here's the thing. When you get a court summons or something like that, do you know what it says on it in the state of Massachusetts? 8:30 a.m. because court starts promptly at 9, or it's supposed to start promptly at 9, although it never does. It's supposed to. So you're supposed to be there by 8:30. You're not supposed to be strolling in at 8:50 to not start at 9. You know, most of these delays were due to the judge, well, the defense. So, and then now we have, like they just said, security issues, because now you have the pink mob showing up outside because it's about to be deliberation, right? So tomorrow, what's going to happen is they're going to start closing arguments right away. Hopefully right at 9 or after 9, because she's never on time, so I don't believe that. I think after 9. And then here's the thing. You could have done them today. You wasted an entire 3/4 of a fucking day because you told the jurors to take the day off so you guys could do this charge conference. You could have done this charge conference and had them come in after lunch, do your, closings then, and had them start deliberating in the morning. Yeah, they're done for the day. It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't. It would not shock me. Exactly, JMS. They should have thought about this time at the beginning. This is something that they should have learned from trial 1 and the mistakes they made there and all the time that they gave off. Yet they didn't, and they did the same thing. So yes, they are done for the day. I do want to, real quick, because they were talking, so I didn't have a chance to, but I do want to say thank you to Anna for her $10 donation. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate you. I saw that earlier, but they were all talking, so I couldn't sneak it in there. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. I am attempting to do the best that I can to keep this channel running after this trial. I don't know how feasible it's going to be, but I am trying. I won't lie to you guys. The monetization kind of has hurt the channel because the way YouTube does it is they take a certain amount from it. They take their cut and they only pay once a month and they pay at the end of the month. So we are only remonetized by the end of May. And so we're only going to get that 1 week and we won't get it until the end of June. And so anything that the channel has made in July via super chats, memberships, super stickers, we will not get until the end of July. And with such a small channel, I can't keep it running based on waiting on that. And we're not bringing in enough to cover the costs alone. So I've been trying different things, like trying to see if I can make my own merch with my Cricut, but I feel like that would take way too much time. Trying to, make different merch things for the merch store, work around that, try to grow the channel, get more people in here, try to upgrade it and make it better, sound, lights, all of the whole show. I am trying everything within my power to do it, but I can't do it alone. I can't. And so, you know, it's a work in progress. I'm doing the best I can to try to keep this running after this trial, because I think it's important that there are voices who are not willing to just pander. And there aren't that many of us. I did figure out this morning with Ashley's help how to pin things to the top of the YouTube screen. So I did figure out how to pin, and it's clickable, the link for anybody who wants to donate via just credit or debit. So you can just click that link that's pinned to the top of the YouTube chat now for credit or debit. And then, of course, we have the ticker at the bottom of the screen that shows people how to donate directly to us this way. And so I do the best that I can on my end. And I'm still attempting it, you know? Yeah, I'm working. The jurors don't want days off, you know? They don't. Well, that they want, because they want the jury to be basically, what they want to infer is that all of the marks were cuts, and instead of them just thinking that like the ones on the back, they want it to be said again and again and again, so that the jury makes an inference that like none of the holes were from him being hit by a car, which is just crazy. That's absurd. Of course they were. You know, I think everybody in this case seems to forget that there was glass. And that glass, very well, as it broke, and John had the glass in his hand, it very well could have made some of those holes and scratches on his arm with pieces of the glass. I think she should have decided right there. There was no reason, you know? Don't worry, Agent 99. I use talk to text sometimes too. It comes out the way it wants. It doesn't always come out the way you say it, but I understand what you're saying. It looked like it worked pretty perfectly at that time. No, they should have already been writing their closing. They should have already been working on their closing since yesterday, because the judge told them that they would be doing closings on Friday. So they should have been working on it since yesterday already. And she gave them until, I forget what time, but she did give them like a time yesterday for it, you know? Well, that's the thing. Don't hold all the damn sidebars that you did. All that wasted time on 8 to 14 sidebars a day. I have never seen anything like that per day. Most judges are like, no, we've already argued this issue. And after this is over, I'm going to get the transcripts. I'm going to get the transcripts of all of the sidebars, because I want to see what's so important 8 to 15 times a day that it all needs to be done at sidebar. That's not that important in any other case on planet Earth. So when the trial is over, it might take them a few days to give me the transcripts. I actually have, I think, up to 10 days to give them to me, but I am going to get the transcripts for it. Yeah, I would guess over the 31, 32 days that there was, if you average it out at like 8 to 10 a day or 8 a day, I mean, that's a lot of sidebars. I think there was one day that we did 6, and that was a half a day. I think every other time it was over 6, between 6 and 14. Ooh, I have the hiccups. Or 15. They do have a back door. But the courthouse is really old. Dedham Courthouse is really old. Superior Courthouse is really old. And it's right across the street from. And the reason you guys hear sirens all the time is because the police station is literally around the corner. So that's why you hear, you know, all the fire trucks and ambulances, because all that stuff is literally right at the corner, and it's in the center of town. So it's like right there. But they do have a back door, but you can kind of, if you just walk to the side of the building, you can see. So it's not really hidden, because there's like a parking lot behind for the court staff. So here's the thing. It's not a good place to try to like remove people still with the pink mob out there. So they're going to actually need probably to ramp up security during deliberation, as they did last year, because more people show up during jury deliberations outside of the courthouse, you know? Didn't she charge them and do closings? She could have. She could have, right? She could have. It was not necessary to hold it over until tomorrow. They want to be done with it. They want to be done with it. It's that simple. They just want to be done with it. I agree that's not going to help the prosecution's case having them wait around like that. And I think the defense wanted them to do the judge to read all the stuff and then send them home and not have them deliberate until Monday. And that's why the judge was like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not going to do that after all the time that they waited around. I want to get them in that room deliberating. So we're going to do closings in the morning, an hour and 15 minutes each she gave them. Then they're going to do a short half-hour lunch. Then she's going to read the charges and instructions, and then she's going to send them off to deliberation. So by a little bit after lunch, probably I'd say like a half hour after lunch, they should be in deliberations, Here's the thing, and if they stay till 5:30, they very well might come back, Good day, Michelle. They might come back with something by tomorrow, because you have to remember there's no deliberation. Somebody else asked me this earlier. Maui asked it, and then someone asked me last night, do they deliberate on the weekends? The answer is no. They do not deliberate on the weekends. So I guess some places do. It's not. It's not about the views. We do get decent views, Agent 99. And I'm not new. See, that's the problem, is I've been around since 2023. The views are good, but I have to be able to cover the costs, and I'm not right now. I'm not, never mind making anything. I'm not even covering the costs. And I'm not a rich person that can do that. That dips into things like my grocery money, which is limited as it is. I'm on a very limited budget. So that's, it would be great if YouTube paid a decent amount per view, but they don't. They don't. It's cents. It's literal cents per 1,000 views. So it definitely has grown a little, for sure. But if I can't figure out a way to keep it running, that's okay, Eva. It's always the best option to directly to me, but it does help the channel in the long term. It's more the short term I get worried about. True. Could. I mean, I'm going to get the sidebars, I'm going to. Kevin has like 15,000 subscribers, though, Agent 99. I don't. I have, almost 2.5, I think. I don't have 15,000 subscribers, so he could probably keep his running alone just on memberships per month. I can't. I'm much smaller in scale, even to Kevin's channel. That's half the problem, is I took a really long break with my daughter's health and stuff, and so when everybody else was sort of growing, I wasn't, because I wasn't here. Joy said, so you're the jury. You start deliberating. Issue 1 is, how did John die? Our choices are random dog bit him, or Karen's version that she broke her taillight and started telling people John's dead. They also have a bigger problem, which is the defense didn't give them anything to opine on about how he could have died, because Marie Russell and the ME both said he didn't die from dog bites. So what happened? What happened? Right? And even if they go into their closing on garages, and Brian Higgins would be so mad that he did this, there's no evidence to support that whatsoever. Also, Karen's little statement about pulling glass out of John's nose that we all heard. Her own ME said that couldn't have been possible. So what does that tell you? One of two things. Either she got out of that car and saw him right there when it happened and pulled the glass out of his nose and left him, or she went back at some point. One or the other, because you didn't pull it out and it spurted after 6. No heartbeat, no blood spurt. So, that there's not really, you're not giving the jury a lot to go on. I would love for that. I would love for that, Andrea. I would totally celebrate. I would love that. We are going to have a cookout at my house after the jury verdict is read. We haven't figured out a day, because we don't know what day, you have, what day it's going to happen. So when we get that verdict, we will then pick a day shortly thereafter to have a cookout here, and everybody's welcome, of course, if you can get here. If I was a rich person, I would send a plane for all of you because I wish we could all be in one place. I am not. I am a very low income family, so I don't have that kind of disposable income. But if I wasn't, I would send for all of you because I feel like you're all family at this point, you know? Actually, most people call me Elise with an E at the end. It's what my dad used to call me. God rest his soul. My dad was my stepdad who adopted me when he was 4. And most of you know he passed of suicide when I was 21 before I got married. And I do have a relationship with my bio dad, but my bio dad happens to be an alcoholic. And he's been drinking longer than I've been alive. And I didn't meet him until I was an adult. And to me, dad was the guy who adopted me at 4 or 5 and decided that he was going to take responsibility for me when he didn't have to. And he's the one who taught me how to tie my shoes and ride my bike and everything. You know, I was daddy's girl for sure. And my dad is very, very missed. I got this tattoo when my dad died. It's of angel wings. It says daddy. It's of angel wings, and it has rosary beads around it. After my dad died, my sister got one on her foot of the ocean, and it says, dude, true story. And it's something my dad used to say before he would tell. My dad was a musician, used to tell all sorts of different stories, and he had a lot of things on videotape that we would watch from when he was younger. It was funny, and he would say, dude, true story, and he would tell you this story, and then most of the time you could find it on a video that him and his friends took. So, but that was a thing that my dad used to say. So my sister got that tattooed on her foot after my dad died. And you know, that's why when we dealt with the case with Sandra Birchmore, why it was so very clear to me that it wasn't a suicide. Going through what I went through with my dad, knowing how long it takes to pass from that, and that was something that the investigators told us that I'll never forget, and that you probably don't ever want to know as a family member, that it's, you know, takes a long time to pass from suicide by hanging. And so I knew right away that that couldn't have been a suicide when it came to Sandra Birchmore because of the experience that I had with my dad. And so these are the types of like life experience that all of you bring to the channel that I love so much, which is that everyone has different life experiences, education, even trauma, but it all teaches you something, right? And all of you bring to the table something different, something new, something amazing that put together makes a really great community of well-rounded, smart, and supportive people towards one another. And I love that about all of you. So the jury instruction and stuff comes tomorrow. That starts tomorrow. So they'll do the, you know, hour and 15 minutes each. So 2 hours, 30 minutes of closing statements between the defense and the prosecution. And then they'll take a short half-hour early lunch break, the judge said, and then they will come back and the judge will read the instructions, and then she'll send them off to deliberation. Right? Will they cry and say, you can't buy them pizza? They'll complain about everything, you know? Yeah, the fees, that too. Random dog or Karen's clips and Dr. Welcher and the Commonwealth's brain doctor who operates on 3 or 4 brains a day. Hank should tell them to believe Karen when she tells you repeatedly she's guilty. I'm sure he will, right? I would guess that he would say, like, listen to her statements, the statements that she herself made. Okay? You have to. You have to, you know? I appreciate that, Deb. We'll keep going as long as we can. Yeah, I you know, I would, I don't want, you know, I built my channel to be not, how do we put this? Not with bullies. And I think a lot of the people on the other side like to be bullies. They like to try to shame people. We have a lot of people here in recovery, and I applaud every single one of you, whether it's a day or a week. I'm somebody who's been sober over a decade and a half, closer to 2 decades at this point. And nobody should be shamed for having trauma in their life or getting through an addiction. That's a hard thing to deal with. And I don't agree with the way that they deal with things. They might want to watch what the sidebars were about, but keeping the channel afloat isn't about watching. It would be if you had like a lot more subscribers, then you could probably keep it afloat based on just that and memberships. But if you're not bringing in money to cover the costs of it, then you can't keep it running. The comment of the glass. Well, that's, I mean, that's something that the jury's going to have to look at, right? They're going to have to look at that. You bring that potato salad, Deb. I like potato salad, but I really like pasta salad. My mom makes a killer pasta salad. Did she lie? Or did she pull it out when she first backed into him? Which one? And if you're the jury, do you really believe that she backed into him at 24 miles an hour by accident? I get that, but at the same time, a lot of the time, a judge will say, no, we have already argued this enough. She gave, whether the objection was sustained or she was allowing it one way or another, she's allowed to say, no, we're not having a sidebar on this. We're not going to argue this out again. Because all a sidebar essentially is them arguing it out further about why they want it or why they don't want it or why they're objecting, why they're not. And there's no reason to have 8 to 10 sidebars or more per day. I've never seen anything like that. Normally, a judge will be like, no, we've already argued this until the cows come home. No more arguing. Enough is enough on that, And that's not what happened here. The judge kept allowing the defense to do endless sidebars. It's a little crazy. And that takes up a lot of time, The gaslighting is a lot when it comes to the defense. And so for me, it does work on them and a lot of other people, And it's really sad because I believe a lot of these people are going to realize in the long run that they have been lied to. And I honestly feel bad for some of them. I really, really do. I do feel bad. I feel bad that these people have been lied to. I feel bad that they've been fed a bunch of BS. The people I don't feel bad about are the people that engage in this bullying and intimidation. If you guys had any idea the amount of harassment I got yesterday just from the Sewer Turtles attorney trying to mention my name because, he doesn't like me, and him trying to make a circus out of, yay, Jay, go Jay, making a circus out of the case and trying to shame Lindsay or trying to make her look like she's the bad person in all of this, you'd be disgusted. Just the amount of harassment from that simple thing alone. What normal adult human thinks that that's okay? That because someone is trying to hide their own misdoings, okay, that it's okay to then go harass another individual you don't even know. You have to be not mentally okay. And there are clearly a lot of people that are not mentally okay if they thought that that was okay yesterday. I already get harassment on a daily basis. Let's not mince words here, okay? And I deal with quite a bit from these people. Quite a bit. But the level yesterday went up to 10 into the overnight hours. It's not okay. And there are a lot of people dealing with it. This needs to end. This needs to stop. These people need to be held accountable. It's not normal behavior to simp for a man whose life is a dumpster fire. What he wants to do is point out everybody's mistakes from 20 years ago, but not look in the mirror at the man whose current life is a dumpster fire, because he thinks that by trying to disparage and spread lies and BS about other people, it'll make him feel good for 1 second. It makes him feel powerful for a minute. The problem with that is inside, he's still a very little human being, a very small, insecure man, along with his inner cult of misfits who are very insecure, mostly middle-aged women, which is really sad. Women should be holding each other up and lending a helping hand to one another, not knocking each other down. And this is why a lot of the time I will just ignore a lot of the crap they do, especially on X, because it's like a cesspool. I just block them and completely ignore it. But it's sad. That means that they need some medication or some therapy if you think that that kind of behavior towards anyone is okay, especially on behalf of a man like that. What are your standards in life as who you hold on a pedestal if that's the kind of stuff that you think is okay, you know? The spin. They should be by then, Anna. It should be. By then, they should be. But I can always send you a message on Discord and fill you in on what's going on as well. I will never unsee it. Great. Thanks, Ash. Thanks. Well, that's the problem. How much spin? And how much spin did it take for a little amount of time? You know? A little bit of time and a bunch of lies led people to believe this was some vast conspiracy. And then it also led them to put their fingers in their ears when real evidence was given and go, la, 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 la. A lot of us were able to look at that and say, okay, hold on. Clearly, some of the stuff we were fed is BS because this shows that that couldn't possibly be true. Other people just wanted to believe in her innocence so badly. They wanted to be a part of something so badly that they were willing to stick their fingers in their ears and even engage in behaviors that they wouldn't normally engage in when it comes to this case. I think so. I'm checking on that right now. Yeah, right. The news never lies. The he doesn't look mortally wounded comment was taken out of context and she meant 6 a.m. She couldn't have meant 6 a.m. in the morning because he was already passed away. So how did he not look mortally wounded? Everybody described what he looked like. He was mortally wounded. He was already passed away at 6 in the morning. He was no signs of life at that point. Oh, you think? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is the diary of a wimpy Jackson, a.k.a. Friends with the Wimpy Diary of a Sewer Turtle, and the Diary of Alessi and his gloves. His hands! Everyone, his hands! You're saying I'm doing something with my hands. My hands, Your Honor. You're saying I'm doing something with my hands. We were doing something with your hands, with gloves, you know, touching everything on planet Earth and then showing. He was so serious when he was showing the sweatshirt. He was like, see this, jury? Sweatshirt. Cut it. They cut it. You know he wanted to talk, you know? You know he wanted to say a lot. The judge had to be like, Your Honor. Judge had to be like, all right, enough. Put it down. I'm like, enough is enough. Enough is enough. I am checking on that. Listen, I will tell you one thing about this channel. We are not spelling Gestapos. This is the internet. We don't care if you use, you know, BRB and you don't spell things right because autocorrect is changing it on you, or you have arthritic hands like I do and you make mistakes because your keyboard on your phone is like this big and your phone's old. We don't care because we know what you mean, and we are not Gestapos of spelling over here, so no worries. We don't care if you use capital letters. We don't care if you use things to give exclamation points. It's all good over here. It's all good here. If you've ever dealt with a narcissist before, and I know a lot of you have, you should be able to see right through Karen and the sewer turtle, you know? She made a lot of speculation, and Karen's own words are going, I live in Massachusetts. I am here in Massachusetts, quite close, just minutes. I won't say exactly where yet, but minutes from the courthouse. We have a Discord for those of you who aren't on the Discord. I suggest that you get in the Discord because I can send personal messages that way. And for those of you who are going to come to the cookout, that's the way I'll send you the address. If not, then email. If you have my email, you can email me, twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. That's in the description of the video, along with all the ways to donate to the channel. Those are also in the description of the video. And also, it should be in the description of the channel itself on YouTube. Well, that's the thing. A lot of people, after seeing the ID documentary, change their opinions on this case, and for good reason. And even Ronnie the juror, We're going to have to play bingo one day. I really wanted to do that, but we have to make up. I have to find a way to make up bingo cards. I think we should do that with the sidebars. Ooh, what do you guys think of that? Playing bingo with the sidebars. Ooh, that would be fun. That would be fun. I have to figure out how to make bingo cards, though. Definitely not by accident, okay? You don't go 24 miles per hour by accident in reverse, now do you? You know, that's the only thing where people are like, well, I think it was an accident. I'm like, do you back up at almost 24 miles an hour at 74.5% acceleration and increasing at the time that the text stream data stopped by accident? Or is that on purpose? Because I don't know anybody backing up like that on accident, increasing acceleration. You're almost pedal to the metal, okay? 25% more and your foot is on the floor. Do you do that by accident? I don't see that being an accident. Just my opinion, of course, but I don't see that being an accident. Right, Francesca? That's my opinion. That's you're intending to do it. That whole pin it on the girl thing that he said. I mean, I don't think the jury was there at the time, but that is such a false statement to try to mislead people. It's disgusting. We're proud of all of our OGs. Lots of you guys are OGs. You guys have been with me since the first trial and before the first trial, the pre-trial. A lot of you have. That's okay. I will not share. I will not. I haven't looked at them yet, but I know you said I can't unsee them, so I'm just going to take the hit that I can't unsee them. Well, yeah, a lot of speed limits at least are like 15 miles per hour, right? 20. It's more than residential, right? Well, that's the thing. Did she take it out of his nose and drive away? Conspiracy dog poops. Conspiracy dog poops. Ooh, that is a good t-shirt idea. Yep. Common sense, Graves. Nice to see you this morning, my friend. Speaking of Grave, thank you for your $20 donation. I just saw it pop up on Cash App. Thank you so much, my friend. It definitely helps. It all helps, that's for sure. I appreciate you. It says, for a chemical to rid Alessi of pee smell. I love your comments. I love them. Every day, I freaking love them. I love them. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, you can do so one of many ways. The best ways are directly to us and not through YouTube, of course, but we do have the options through YouTube as well. You can also gift memberships to people. I used my Google Play dollars that I had for like a year. I've had nothing to do with them because I don't play like games or anything. And I had it sitting there for like a year, $40 in Google Play money. And I'm like, crap, I didn't realize that I could use that to gift membership. So I was like, hey, why not do that? I was hoping Jesse would get one because you can't pick who they go to. And poor Jesse has been waiting and waiting and waiting for a gifted membership. And I tried with 10 and I failed miserably. It did not gift her one. But it gifted many of you some, and it shook the bushes. So that's always a win that some of you got a gifted membership this morning. I was trying for Jesse, and one day we'll get there, Jesse. One day we will. Lindsay did do amazing yesterday. Ash, do me a favor. Can you check in on that right now and see if it's being zoomed? Can you check for me, please? She always does fantastic because all she's got to do is get up there and tell exactly what happened. They want to muddy the waters with just, putting a bunch of nonsensical nonsense and, she's a bad person and all the people she hangs out with are bad and don't like him. It's no secret none of us like him, but we want the justice system to do its job. We want the evidence to show that he is a piece of shit liar who is also a waste of human space and a waste of air. Thank you, Francesca, for sending a gifted membership. And Tenelak won it. There you go, Tenelak. You have a gifted membership. That's awesome. I like to see people who are here all the time and engaging get them. It's nice to see I know some of you can't always engage. Some of you are listening in your earbuds right now while you're working, and I appreciate you too. And I'd like to see that you guys win them as well. One survivor from the plane crash this morning. Oh, wow. That poor guy. That poor man. That's just awful. That's awful. Oh, poor guy. I feel terrible about that. It killed people on the ground too, you know. Ugh. You know, Andrea, sometimes I do, but it does suck because these are people who don't know you, right? People who are just spewing nonsense about you. And I have a very specific stalker on X who's a middle-aged psychopath. She doesn't know me from a hole in the wall, but because she's such a turtle person, she can't stop thinking about me 24/7. She watches all my streams, apparently posts about me like daily. It's really sad. Really, really, really sad. Do we have any non-FKR channels streaming it? I would really hate to have to do that. Yeah, right? Everybody's going to know that that seat is going to be the safety seat. But thank you, Andrea. I appreciate that. I do. It means a lot. Right? Everybody's going to be asking for seat 11A. They do stop maturing at puberty. That's why they act like children. You know? It's not a unicorn? God damn it. I was hoping it was a magical unicorn that was like going to bippity boppity, you know, all the shitty week that I had away. But God damn it. I wish, you know, it was a unicorn. Gosh dang it. Right? Never. You know, they might, you know, they could have still used it, but I don't think that I hit that body with that body didn't hit my car, or I didn't hit that body with my car, whatever it was that she said about John. I feel like it's a shitty comment to make, but I do think that the other ones had a greater impact because it showed her inconsistent statements. I'm not sure the judge would have allowed that one in that form. But maybe Hank's planning to use it in closing. I don't know. It's possibility. It's possibility. I always think using, you know, any kind of visuals is a good idea, you know, so that the jury can see it. It's in front of their face. Dear FKR cult, Karen Reed is innocent and has a fulsome ass, right? I know your poor computer is having a rough time. I don't even know how you have that thing still functioning, Ellen, my friend. It is a priceless clip. It's a good clip. It is. It really is. And it shows who she is. I'm working on it, Michael. I am working on trying to get that information. Hey, we all do it sometimes, freak. we all do it. Oh yeah, she hit him. I appreciate that, Jimbo. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm getting text messages here, so I'm trying to see if I can get up. But we love you. We love you just the same. We love you just the same. We love you all. Dr. Rent-A-Liar. I love that, Francesca. I love that. I freaking love that. Dr. Rent-A-Liar. We love our whole community. We love you all. 1111, Jack sends. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for your 1111 donation. I love it. Thank you so much. 1111 is a very... It's not a unicorn? God damn it. Oh, okay. Cool. Let's see. We have a Zoom link here, folks. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it up here. Yep, make sure you have your settings on YouTube set so you can receive a gifted membership as well. How do you gift a membership? You can't designate who gets them. But at the bottom where you can do like super chats, like on the bottom of your chat, there should be like I think that it looks like a dollar sign or like a dollar thing. If you click on that, it should be memberships, gifted memberships, and like super chats and super stickers. And you can gift memberships to other people, but you can't designate who it goes to. So it will go to people subscribed to the channel, but you have to be subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're subscribed, guys. And they have to have on their settings that say that they're allowed. You are about 20 minutes from me. If you, oh, well, maybe, I don't know. If you used to live in North Attleboro. North Attleboro is about 20 minutes from me. Yeah, that guy is a freaking walking miracle. No, if I could designate it, I would have already, unfortunately. They have video. I'm going to try to get it as well. Hold on. Yeah, it can be given out to anyone. As far as I know, they're still looking for Travis Decker. The zebra, I can't. Listen, I can't. Grant's screen is way too much. I don't even know how anybody knows what to look at. It's too much. I'll get it up on my own screen. I cannot. Oh, God, that's awful. That is awful. I'm still worried about those kids that were missing in Canada. Those two precious kids that were missing in Canada. It's just awful to me. It's not even just the watermark. He has like 6 different things going on with his screen. Let me see if I can. Hold on. Zoom. Hold on. Let me get it up on Zoom. Hold on. I'm working on it, guys. Give me a second. Okay. No, I don't want to sign up for text on Zoom. Thank you. No. Let's see. No, I don't want to do that either. Download Zoom. Zoom. Yeah, I can't. I don't know how anybody's brain. I cannot do it. Do I want to make changes? Yes. Hold on. All right. It's live. All right. I have the information you sent me, so you don't show your camera enable. Yeah, I'm not going to on the Zoom. I'm gonna make sure that stuff's off. Okay, so open Zoom. I have an icon, so. You figured out how to join Discord, Deb? That's good. I don't know how anybody does that screen. I cannot do it. Motion for required finding is being argued. Of course it is. All right, upgrade required Zoom. Okay, I don't need that right now. Come on, open. Open here, open. Zoom. Upgrade your application. Okay, great. Just. All right, so how do I join? Enter meeting ID. Hold on. Get it in here right now. Don't know how anybody watches that. It's too, that screen is too busy. I can't have 17 things on a screen that I'm trying to watch. It's too much. I also can't do the whole, like, you know, towel, towel, ladies and gentlemen, towel, towel, ladies. I can't do it. It drive me bonkers. All right, let's see. I cannot unsee those, Ash, God damn it. All right, let's see. 6, 0, 5. Okay, let's see if that's right. Okay. Let's see. Still waiting. Waiting to be let in. What is happening here? What the? Host has joined. We let them know you're here. That's great. And all, but can we get, like, can we be let in? Yeah, I can't do it. It's just, I can't. Switch to a fun size. Yeah, I don't know. I am muted on that. I'm muted on that. Mine says hanky. I have no idea, Anna. It's just something he made up. That all of his audience members are. I don't know. Yeah, if you can, but I'm trying to see if we can get the audio and but it's like not even letting me in right now. If you want to attempt that, that'll work. Let me send you a thing. It can't be full. There's no freaking way. Like, there's just no way. I'm working on it. Hold on. Oh, hold on. We got it. Why is it not showing, though? Ah. Since he was in jail. And he did. What? Objection. No. No, it's not a fair statement. Tell us how you'll lie on the stand, Meredith. Tell us. No, we're not muted. You can't hear it? I can hear it, but you guys can't. That's the problem I'm having. Can anybody hear anything now through the speakers?
So you were sitting down. Did the hearing commence at about 2:01 in the afternoon? And right around the time that it commenced, did you see Ms. Gaetano? Where did you first see her?
You can hear it now?
And just to summarize, you've seen video of this and you're aware that there's video and evidence about this very snapshot of time, right? Okay. And you remember it though, right?
Yeah, it's blasted.
So when you turned around and you saw Ms. Gaetano, what did you see? Set the scene for us.
Me and Freak are going to try to get the audio a different way.
Did you notice whether she had anything in her hand? Did
Leading?
you make any eye contact with her or communicate with her in any way?
Did you damage her vehicle?
When you turned around to see Ms. Gattani, you were looking kind of towards the back of the room? You kind of had to turn over your shoulder. What about Mr. Carney? Did you see him, whether he was looking with you or whether he was looking straight ahead?
Theirs is low. It's very low. Sorry.
Just listen to the question you're asking. Just answer that question and just move to the next one. So, when you, right at this snapshot of time, when you're looking back at Ms. Gattani, you see Mr. Carney, did Mr. Carney react in any verbal way to your knowledge when you saw or you saw Ms. Gattani? Did he get up? Was he facing the direction of Ms. Gattani when he said that, or was he facing the direction of some other people in the road? And what happened next? Right next. Did anyone have to tell you or Mr. Carney what to do?
Can't hear her. We're working on it, guys. We're working on it.
What was the time period that went by from the time Gattani walked in the room till you and Aiden had walked out of it? Where did you see Ms. Gattani go when she came into the room, if you saw? Do you know who Paul O'Keefe is? Did you see Mr. O'Keefe in there? If you remember. Sure. In the 10 minutes or so that you were waiting there, can you recall looking around the courtroom and seeing who was around? Who was around? Where do you go?
We head down the stairs, security area where we came in, and a couple people stopped us and talked.
Just gonna listen to the question or not. So you walk outside and you're going to leave the courtroom?
Yeah.
As you guys leave, did anybody from the Alberts or McCabe's or O'Keefe's make any comments about you or Aiden having to leave?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
What did Chris Albert say?
At the ITPH talk that we needed.
Okay. Where did you go, just physically, where did you go when you left the courtroom?
Right downstairs.
Did you speak with anybody as you were leaving?
One woman, Eden.
Okay. What was Mr. Carney's kind of demeanor when he was leaving?
Objection to the characterization and to what you want.
The anxiety stays, the rest doesn't. Question. When you say he was in a state of anxiety, can you give us some things that you observed about him that made you conclude he was in a state of anxiety?
He told me he was worried and followed him out.
So you get down the stairs to the first floor, and what happens on the first floor?
A woman approached us and gave some information about entering the courthouse before.
Do you know that lady by any chance?
Yes.
Was that in the vicinity of the metal detectors, or where was that on the first floor, just generally? Did you stay with Aiden for that, or did you go ahead of him, or were you still together, or what? You exited the court, the front doors of the courthouse? And what was the scene that you first saw when you went outside?
There was, just a smaller crowd of people outside, smaller than a lot of people had gone to the hearings, but for these young people, were also police officers.
Approximately how long after 2 o'clock were you guys standing outside?
Probably would have been 2:06, 2:07.
Few minutes after
Yeah.
2:01 or so, a few minutes later. What did you see Mr. Carney do when he came out of the courthouse?
He immediately walked up to a police officer across the street,
And where was the police officer?
directing traffic in the crosswalk.
Okay, so that's kind of a, is that a busy area there or is that a quiet area? So did Mr. Carney stay on the court side of the street or did he walk to the registry side of the street?
He walked to the register side.
Did he try to have a quick conversation with the officer? And what did you see?
The officer, things were straight over to situation, the officer said, go over there for now.
And did you see any physical gesture that accompanied that statement?
Pointed towards there.
Okay, so he kind of made a physical gesture pointing in that direction? And did you see Mr. Carney do anything in response to that gesture?
He went over towards the registry, the actual building.
All right, and did he, where did he stand in relation to the actual facade of the Registry of Deeds building?
He was all the way up against the wall, far away.
Okay. Did you and Mr. Carney intend to do anything at that time period to memorialize what had just happened inside?
Action to what she done it, objection sustained. It's to the form of the question.
Sure. What was the plan between you and Mr. Carney about what to do about what happened inside?
Again, I memorialized what happened in there to ensure that this could happen, he was going to see what happened and make it sound, this down to be some type of violation.
At some point, was Mr. Carney reporting, doing his job, I guess, about what had just happened to him?
Started live stream of the courthouse and we both agreed it was a good idea so that everything was documented in case we could kind of see it back out, all of those.
And what is live streaming?
It's just when you have a camera and you project a live video to an audience, whether it's YouTube or at a platform.
Was Mr. Carney live streaming, to your knowledge, as he came down the courthouse steps? Was he live streaming when he was talking to the officer?
Yes.
Did he continue to live stream as he followed the directions of the officer? When he got to the facade of the registry, was he still live streaming? All right. Did you want to get involved with him in his live streaming at the time?
No, I purposely kind of stayed out of the church that it's on.
At some point, did hundreds of people stream out of the courthouse? How much time had passed between when, let's say, when he gets to the facade and then when hundreds of people come out of the courthouse?
Probably 1 or 2 minutes.
Was that an expected, strike that? Was that the departure of the folks that you saw in the courtroom earlier?
Yeah.
Did you expect that hearing to end, causing all those people to leave?
No. Friend who was still in there, came with us.
You mentioned that the officer that Mr. Carney spoke with was in a little bit of a busy area, right? Did it get less busy or did it get more busy when those hundreds of people came out?
We got waiting for.
With this event occurring, did it get more difficult or less difficult to get the officer's ear to get something going with respect to the police report?
For them.
And was Mr. Carney continuing to live stream?
Was for a period of time, yes, that it. Yeah, so. Okay.
Did many of those hundreds of people kind of come across the street to the registry?
Yeah.
Do many of those people know and communicate with you and Mr. Carney? And they do typically on a regular basis. These are people that you guys know, supporters, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, right? did you and Mr. Carney kind of separate off from each other in terms of talking to these people and doing whatever you guys were doing?
Yes, most likely did it.
And where were you and where was he, to your knowledge?
Still around that same area, there's around to where the officers are. So at one point, my friend Brad, my team was, but he wandered a little bit towards the parking lot.
At some point, did you see Lindsay Gattani and her group come out of the courthouse? Was it something that was open and obvious, or was it something that was mixed in with everyone else coming out?
All wearing coats.
Was there something unusual about, the colors? Was there contrasting colors? Was it a majority of similar clothing, or what was the scene?
A lot of dark winter, but black winter.
Did you, at some point, when they came out, when Gattani and her group came out, were you paying attention to Mr. Carney at that time?
I don't know exactly, but the only time I saw her was when I went back to my car parking lot, get some stuff there.
So before you left, did you, and when you were in the vicinity of Mr. Carney, did you ever hear him calling anyone a liar, screaming out liar, liar? Did you ever see him make any outward manifestations that he had seen or spoke to Ms. Gattani?
No,
And was he still live streaming?
yes,
When you live stream, do you hold up your phone in the similar fashion as you would when you're videoing someone or photographing someone?
hold up.
So just, is it a similar way or is it dissimilar?
It's different. You're trying to get yourself.
And was he doing that to your observation that day? So you were able to discern that he was holding it towards himself versus memorializing the scene? At what point do you and Mr. Goldstein decide to go head towards the rear of the building?
Within a minute or two of everybody. He gave his bounty, he got it, and then he went to my car because he left his school there.
Okay. So, did you say that you saw Ms. Gattani in the back parking lot?
He did, she was already there by this. I didn't see her, Brad, when I stepped out of my car, Brad pointed out that there she is, and it took me a few minutes to even represent Stephen Field to recognize her. This was another group of women, and pretty much wearing the same thing, so it just took me a little far to see her. But
She was parked all the way at the far end of the registry of each parking lot, right?
further towards the end than I was, I was closer to that level.
More than a football field away from the registry building, or about a football field, or less than a football field from the registry building, from the back of the registry building? So she was almost to the back of that registry parking lot?
Yes.
Was the rest of her group also parked there and congregated there?
They were all congregated at the other part, but they were.
So if Mr. Carney, when he left, if he had gone to the back of that parking lot, he would have been going right to where Gattani was going.
Josh.
It was,
Sustained.
it was the same location as where Gattani went, right?
I got the picture. Next question.
When Mr. Carney went to the back with you, was Gattani still there or was she gone?
That was much later. No, I went back and found him. When I saw her back there, I needed to text him and said, do not come back here.
Okay, so then you go back to where Mr. Carney is?
All the way on Court. To the right of Superior Court where Gary Street Interchange parked down that way. So.
All right, so he had departed and gone the other way. And that would be, as you're looking at the North Superior Court, the street to the right along the side of the court, right? And you went and found him? Did you bring him his items? when, Ms. O'Neill, is the first time you saw Ms. Catani? Departing the courthouse?
In the parking lot.
In the back of the building?
Yes.
Okay. What were your observations of her demeanor? Was she gesturing? Was she looking back? Was she looking forward? What were your observations? Did anyone in the group appear to be agitated or upset by anything that may have transpired? May I have one moment, please? Thank you very much, Ms. Nothing further. Cross-examination.
I think you told Mr. Brayville, no, defendant for a couple of years and that you've been dating, 8 months, that's right.
That's correct.
Did you know him when he was dating you sometime?
Yeah.
Really? You don't much like Mr. Time, do you? That wasn't the question. Did you hear the question?
Yeah.
What was the question?
Do I like Mr. Tanya?
Yes. Now try my question.
Of course, I don't think so.
Thank you. Did you execute an affidavit, Ms. O'Neill, on June 5th of this year?
I did.
And did you say, Ms. O'Neill, paragraph 3? Actually, I'll show it to you first. And you can ignore what I circled. Take a minute to read that.
Okay, number 3.
Yeah, just read it to yourself. So did you say in number 3 of your affidavit at approximately 2:05, I turned around and saw Lindsay Catani into the courtroom holding a white piece of paper in her hand. Immediately told me we need to leave. We were surprised to see her there because she never attended the parent briefing prior to that and was not friends with any of the witnesses or victims' parents.
Correct.
By the way, have you attended all of the parent hearings at that point?
Most of them, not all.
Then you don't know of your personal knowledge whether Mr. Catani was setting it already in the previous hearings or not, do you?
I do watch these, I watched every single hearing.
Oh, you kept a vigilant eye. So at the moment that Mr. Catani walked in, you checked out every single person in the courtroom.
Well, at that point, she said, also you would know if she was there.
I'm not sure I see the connection, but maybe if I think about it, it will become clear. Now, did you happen to read an affidavit that Mr. Kearney wrote?
One,
This one.
Does I object to impeaching a witness with someone else's statement? See what the question is going to.
well, I'm not familiar with all of it, so there's only one that thinks like that. Also, take a look.
Just wait for a question. You don't have to respond.
Did you happen to watch, did you watch all of his Kearney shows? Do you remember whether you watched the Saturday Night Live show on February 24th?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but that was so long ago.
Well, did we agree that February 24th of 2004 was 2 days before February 26th, that you're in the name of the space?
2024?
Yes, 2020.
Yes, I agree with Mr.
Thank you. And do you know that the district attorney said that on that live show, the amounts that he would be sending Karen Reed here was very important to that.
You're saying that very much.
And do you know that he stages it, or give me one. Witnesses don't have to agree or disagree, just whatever you know or don't know. Right? And you know that he stated that on that show, he expressed concerns that some aides and Alberts would show up with Lucy Vitani as a human shield in order to remove him from the courtroom due to the restraining order she had.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, still for the moment, he did. Can you explain why, in light of the fact that he's broadcasting on the live show 2 days before the ceremony, he was worried about the family showing up? He was surprised to see Lindsay walk into the court. Objection sustained. No, excuse me. The objection is sustained. Next question. So you and Mr. Kearney see Lindsay Vitani come in and you get up and you go down the stairs and out the door. Is that correct? And at what point does Mr. Kearney start live test? Stepped outside the courtroom or stepped outside the building? Okay. And that was always the plan, was it not? What's the point of the visit? Was the Kearney was to do a live cast on the scene? Did he pretty much always do that? And that was the camera meeting?
Before, I always got that.
How often would you say that's not the live cast stuff?
Only doesn't want to be doesn't more important. Is it that they keep camera on to document what's happening downstairs?
He told you, I want to document what happens there.
That's the time he followed him, he wanted it on camera.
Oh. So you're outside of the courtroom, he talks to the officer, and the officer directs him, you say the registry. You hear the officer say registry of deeds?
So he said, go over there and point the registry.
Ah. Stop and point like this, or was it a gesture like that?
Are you pointing at the building?
Straight ahead.
Absolutely.
Wasn't pointing at Ponson.
I don't know.
Mr. Kearney goes over there. Are you still with him at this point?
Yeah.
And are you standing next to him or nearby him by the registry of deeds building?
Bye. Not.
And you're familiar with the Norfolk Superior Court, the entrance and the exit, I'm not. And you've attended a number of the hearings that you've seen. And you know that typically when the hearings get over, people who have attended the hearing, quite a number of them have agree that. Would you agree quite a number of people typically attend Karen Reed hearing? And on this particular day, it was so crowded, everybody couldn't get in, right? So you know when the hearing ends, what typically happens is the people go out that main exit door, same way they went in, right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you notice that people are coming out the door, right?
Yeah.
Are you standing, next to, the defendant at that point?
Or a little bit, you're still a little bit away, the crowd started.
Did you observe whether Mr. Kearney, who was worried that, Mr. Connie might follow him, was looking at the jeweler at the door, was in the position to notice the crowd coming?
On his camera live streaming himself.
So is it your testimony his view was totally obstructed by the phone?
I can't tell you what he was thinking at that point, because I was having a conversation.
Well, you've been really good about telling us when I'm soaking it up. Counsel, should we wait for her to answer the question? Thank you. You can finish your answer.
I can't tell you what he was thinking of his assessment of what was going on. I was having a conversation, people were rushing up to me, he was on his phone, so.
So in any case, you noticed that people were coming. Did you have any reason to believe that Ms. Catani would not be coming out that door with the rest of the crowd attending here?
Thanks, Marty. But
What was the question on that?
I know it's times where he has plans to close the door for him.
No. I asked you, did you have any reason to believe that Ms. Catani would not be walking out that door with all the rest of the people who attended the camp?
Objection, or is inviting speculation, someone else's state of mind.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean wrong for insisting. Well, at that point, did you say to Mr. Kearney, I see people coming out. I see people from the Karen Reed hearing coming out the door across the street. Did you say that, John?
No, there was
And you're only talking when you're directly next to.
I was talking to other people.
So you have no concern at all that Lindsay Gattari to come out and pursue him and get him in trouble. You weren't worried about that at all at that point.
I was trying to figure out what happened because
I didn't ask you what you're trying to figure out. I asked you if you were worried at all that Lindsay Gattari would come out and pursue him. I thought that was your big worry. Did you tell Mr. Brady that? You and Mr. Kearney were
I
very worried.
just would like her to be able to get an answer in there.
One question at a time at the crossroads.
Yeah, we were too sure to go back to Montana. For the next time, we'll come out.
And you didn't take that in the blue of this one, please.
No.
No, I didn't ask you why. So you don't tell Mr. Kearney that people are coming up. You don't call that the other patch. Because you're talking to somebody, or for whatever reason, you don't call it to this. And you don't say, hey, Lindsay might be coming out that door. Why don't you go back to my car and get the hell out of here so she doesn't track you?
I hadn't seen her at that point.
So was it your plan to wait until she was on top of you before you left?
No, we didn't have a plan, so she didn't expect the very end of 5 minutes.
Well, it ended, right? People were coming out the door regardless of your expectations. You could see that, could you not? And in fact, before people even started coming out, you were so worried about Lindsay Gattari. Why didn't you say, let's go back to my car and get the hell out of here so there was some problem?
We wanted to be more than the report, so that's fire report,
And there was a police station in the town of town.
everyone else.
And do you know when Mr. Brown filed a police report? relative to that visit? Couple of days out. So you couldn't leave because you wanted to file a police report, but then a couple of days passed before the security gets there. That what you're telling us?
At that point, it's already, he already started with this, so.
But you think it would have been approved to get it recorded before she did?
He did, like, that night, so.
So you would say she was very quick about reporting this alleged violation?
Not when it happens, not until later.
Bit of a moment to it. Yes. So. Mr. Kearney did not stay up against the wall of the registry of deeds. Yeah.
No, we actually went out to down Court Street, like we I texted them, "Do not come back here in the parking lot."
Well. When he starts moving. He moves in the direction of this court, correct?
No, we moved around the back towards Superior, down Court Street.
Really? Could I have, 15, please? Remember what Mr. Kearney was dressed as that day?
Right,
The blue tie? Dark blue tie? You see him in that photo, towards the back? At that point, he's not in the front of he's not on the steps of the registry of deeds.
the road of the steps, I can't tell where exactly he is from that photo.
All right. Well, would you say, looking at the registry of deeds building, would you say he's moved to the right or he's moved?
Judge, I object. This is all speculation because we don't know where Mr. Tanya is. We don't know when this is.
Objection sustained. I don't need to hear the whole thing. You can't tell, can you tell from that photo what direction he went? Yes or no?
No,
Next question. All right. I'll take a look at 16, please. Well, wherever he is, it's fair to say he's not on the front of the registry of deeds at this point, is he?
I can't tell where he is. I don't, it doesn't look like the front of.
All right. Let me move on to another line of questioning. You had your cell phone then. Mr. Kearney obviously had his cell phone. Did you ever call him and suggest it would be a good idea to call?
I did not serve it there.
I'm sorry?
I didn't call him, but I went already down service and everything.
Whenever you're in the courthouse or whenever you were outside?
That is your general, my very terrible service.
Where's your carrier?
Thank you.
And when you were there were a lot of people in the crowd shouting things. And you were
at times you were some distance from this attorney.
Yeah, and then we went back to the parking lot.
Right. So you really have no idea whether he happened to shout liar, liar at somebody at some time or not.
Well, by the time I got to the parking lot, Mr. Tony was there, so we couldn't have found it.
And when you were apart from Mr. Kearney, were you down in the parking lot the whole time?
One second. Might have a better option.
Before I went to the parking lot, which was when we got separated, I was with them most of the time. Fairly close to them.
You were most of the time fairly closely. All right, so the answer to my question, which was you weren't with him at all times, is yes. That's how complicated then.
Not in here, but yes.
Still have the text message, do not come back here.
I got to scroll back hard if I didn't delete it, which I believe to be the view there.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just a brief question, Your Honor. So you were asked Ms. O'Neill about why didn't you go find the police station and report it afterwards? Something to that effect, right? Were you in the car with Mr. Carney for a little while after kind of this whole thing had subsided? Was he in any sort of state of mind to be able to report anything to the police?
On the verge of tears, coming to go get his phone.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He was on the verge of tears, he was shaking, and it was trying to calm down enough to be able to go at least pick up the kid.
All right, and is that why you didn't pursue any police documentation at that point?
All he was. So.
Thank you, nothing further.
Yes, correct. On the brink of tears and the.
BS.
That's fun. I was crying during the live broadcast. The live cast he was doing across the street, registry to be. So he only collapsed into this emotional state after he got back. He held it together bravely during the broadcast was. No further questions.
No further. Thank
You may step down, thank you.
Judge, sense to break. I have a very quick witness who's got to pick up her kids, and I was hoping to maybe just get her on for 5 minutes or so.
So this happened across, but we started.
Sure, appreciate it.
For a period of time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lauren Cologne. Lauren Cologne.
Is that real life? Are we serious with this? I don't deserve any of it yet. Daily, I do.
Lauren Cologne. Yep, thank you.
The fact that they're actually calling this chick to the stand is fucking laughable.
Good morning, if you raise your right hand, do you swear in the matter now I'm hearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, thank you.
A
May I
media
inquire, Your Honor?
hound.
Ms. Cologne, good afternoon.
Uh-oh.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
O-L,
And where do you live, just generally?
in the North Fork County.
What do you do for a living?
I am a project manager at a large company. I work out of their headquarters.
And are you married?
I
Family? What's your educational background?
I have my undergraduate and an MBA degree, both from Northeastern University.
You've taken an interest in the Karen Reed and Aiden Carney cases here in Norfolk County?
Yeah.
And from time to time you attend these hearings?
I attended one here.
Was that 2/26/24?
That one.
And you were there, inside the courthouse or outside the courthouse when that Karen Reed hearing was going on?
Okay.
Shortly after 2 o'clock, were you outside the courthouse? Do you know who Aiden Carney is?
We do.
And it's the gentleman here with me, right? And did you see him emerge from the courthouse a little bit after 2 o'clock?
I did.
And what exactly were your observations? And first of all, where were you situated when you first saw him?
Yes, I was on the stairs. A little, it was the first stair or two leading up to the courthouse doors.
Okay, so the base of the stairs at the Norfolk Superior Court main entrance. You see Mr. Carney. What do you see?
Mr. Carney came out, he looked visibly anxious, very, very anxious. He had really a great concern that was.
Objection. Anxious will stand. Next question.
Was he using his phone at all?
Not at first, but then I did observe him make a comment that I should.
Objection to the comments.
Hearsay.
You answered that question. What's your next question, Mr. Byrne?
What did you see him do, just physically with respect to his phone? Do you know if he was recording out to the world or recording himself? If you know.
I believe he was recording himself.
You believe?
Where was he when he started to do that?
I want to say, maybe it was like around the base of the stairs. Maybe leading out into the sidewalk.
I'm sorry. Okay. When he came out, did he draw your attention or were you looking at other things besides Mr. Carney or anything?
No, I was looking.
And what did you see him do and where did you see him go?
Well, I saw him, there was a state trooper that was there on.
Objection. The question is, what did I say for the question? Thanks.
What did you see
Listen
him
to the
do?
question and just answer that question, please.
He began moving down the stairs and started to, cross the street. He approached a dead police officer.
You were going to talk about a state trooper. Did a state trooper approach him as well?
Yeah.
What
the
happened?
State trooper was concerned about,
Objection.
Just what did you see happen?
so I saw the state trooper usher folks off the stairs and to continue moving across the street.
And was Mr. Carney part of that group of people that were being ushered around? Where did he go?
He then, was walking into the street. He approached a Dedham police officer.
Was that Dedham police officer busy doing things or was he just completely focused on Mr. Carney?
No, there was a lot of people around.
Next question.
Did you see Mr. Carney speak to him?
I did.
What was said?
I
Objection.
saw.
Notice and knowledge, Ron, state of mind.
Grounds for your objection. Seriously.
And it's also already in evidence, Your Honor's used the recording of the conversation.
Overruled.
What did he say to the officer?
I did not hear what was said.
Next question.
What did you see as far as any physical gestures by either Mr. Carney or the officer?
I saw the officer lift his hand and point towards the registry of deeds. I then
Next
saw,
question.
And then what did you see Mr. Carney do in terms of gesture?
I saw him do the same.
And where did you see Mr. Carney proceed after that?
He then walked over to the registry.
Was he still doing his thing with his phone?
Yeah.
At some point, hundreds of people stream out of the Norfolk Superior Court, right? Was it close in time after this interaction?
It was.
What did you observe about people streaming out of the court?
Just generally, I really didn't observe, I
Okay, was there a large number of people or a small number of people?
There was a large number.
Now, were they going towards the handicap ramp, down the main stairs, or where were they going in general?
There were folks using, both the handicap, the handicap rail and the.
Were you near Mr. Carney when those folks started to stream out of the courthouse?
No.
Did you see Mr. Carney doing anything else outside the courthouse when these folks were, coming out of the courthouse?
I did not.
Thank you, one more, please, Ron.
So she basically knows nothing, is willing to lie for TB, which, let's make something very clear. There have been many of these people who have lied in affidavits, lied on the stand, just for a pat on the back from Turtle Boy.
Thank you.
That's gross. It's absolutely gross. I'm sorry, lady, do better. Do better. Do better with your life. Do fucking better.
Oh, he, friends,
I see is, YouTube,
just once.
no.
When was the most recent time you saw him?
Last night I had one of the jurors from the first hearing trial.
Have you watched others as well?
Yes.
Do you have a paid subscription to any of these channels? Some of them are free, some of them are paid.
No.
And can I ask you if we executed this affidavit of March 6th?
Yeah.
And how did you come to run this affidavit, or how did you come to execute this affidavit?
I cannot recall if somebody sent me a tweet or if I saw it myself, but it was basically a request from Mr. Carney. If you were there, let me know if you're going to give your observations.
So he put out the request and you responded to it?
Yes, I felt as though.
Tell me what you thought.
Yes.
Answer the question. So, after you responded, what happens if you're still clear?
I sent it over to the paralegal who works for.
Did you draft the whole application yourself, or did the paralegal before you were?
I drafted it mostly myself. She had out parts of it that I had originally drafted.
All right. And then you read it over and signed it?
Yes.
So some of this language, like I am of age and a resident of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that's not your language, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Legally, she signed it and adopted it. It is her language.
Do you understand the question? Were you the one that wrote that, or was that suggested, writing that you signed?
I wrote the affidavit.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing on you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, your excuse.
Thank you.
Residents.
Court's in recess until 2 o'clock.
All right, attention to the front door. Thank you.
Zoom will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
I'll try to get at 1:45. Thank you guys. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
for F's sake. Well, there's the crazy Courtney Healy standing right next to Bradle. Both of them are lunatics. Let's just make that very, very clear. We'll bring it back at 2. I know people had planned to go with her, Al, but she wasn't sure if she was going to go or not, or if she was needed to go or not, because she had already testified. And she is the victim. She has to walk through all of these people. And these people are screaming at her and calling her names and spewing nonsense that's not even true because they heard it from the sewer turtle, so it must be true, right? No, obviously not. So really the recap, my friend, is nothing much. They put Meredith on the stand. She said a bunch of nonsensical bullshit that we know isn't true because the whole thing is on video. And here's the thing. Unless the judge finds the COs from Monday not credible, then guess what? Then it's a guilty verdict. The CO has already testified to watching him follow her and scream at her. So unless the judge finds his own court officers or court officers from the superior court not credible, then there's one way this goes, and it's guilty. No matter how many cultists you get to say, well, I saw him on his phone. Well, I don't, he looked nervous. You expect us to believe, Meredith, that he's at the verge of tears. He's going to cry. Where? He's going to cry. Stop it. Stop it. Do we use his own same words against him where he said, oh, I'd be so embarrassed if I was the Alberts or McCabe's or anybody who tried to get an order on me. They're afraid of Turtle Boy. Well, Turtle Boy is the same man who went into court and said he was afraid of two separate women. To use the court system like it's a joke. Nobody believes you were afraid of two separate women, you fucking coward. They could move to revoke his bail if Cosgrove wants to. I mean, that's really up to Cosgrove. But how do you feel as his girlfriend saying that, no, the fact that you had to lie, that he was on the verge of tears in the car? Why didn't you just get in the car and leave? Why'd you hang around? You have a restraining order. If that person walked in, you were told to leave, you hung around anyway. No amount of someone saying, oh, he was upset and his anxiety ran in. And well, maybe he should have just left. Imagine that. That's following order. Always making it about him being the goddamn victim. He's the victim. Sad part about it is Meredith doesn't even realize she's his next victim. Every woman who has ever dated him is a victim of his abuse. You don't have to be beat up physically for it to be abuse, everyone. Psychological, mental and emotional abuse, coercive control, which is one of his main characteristics of doing things, is abuse. It's in the definition of abuse in the state of Massachusetts now. It is abuse. The things that have been done to these people, including every single one of his victims, are disgusting. He chose a bench trial. Who the hell chooses a bench trial? What a dumbass. The judge has to follow the law. The judge doesn't get to go by their feelings. Like sometimes the jury is swayed by feelings. This isn't feelings. The judge has to follow the law. Is it more likely than not that you were within the 100 feet? You were told to leave. You didn't. The COs testified to watching you follow her and then scream. End result's the same. Guilty. You are guilty of violating the restraining order. He wasn't crying. That was just a way to make it sound like he's a victim. Oh, poor sewer turtle. Poor sewer turtle who wants to try to point out every other person on planet Earth's, lives and how they made mistakes or were in an addiction or whatever he wants to point out about everyone else's life while his actual life, fucking dumpster fire. A giant dumpster fire, nonetheless. A giant dumpster fire. Okay. 90% of his victims are women. Why do we think that is, folks? Why do we think that is? 90% of his victims are women. Every woman who has ever dealt with him, every woman has been a victim. Even the ones that still hang around him, like Lauren. It's sad that she is hanging on for dear life, that she thinks he's going to come back or he's going to love her again. He doesn't care about Lauren. He never did. He used her and abused her and threw her out like trash. That's what he did. And every other woman that he has sat there and said, all the women that he has cheated on his wife with, nonetheless, they're all crazy. He is the victim of all of them. All of them are crazy, and he's just a poor, poor victim. Who the believes that? In reality, come on now. The man couldn't tell the truth if you paid him to. He has diabetes, okay? Uncurable diabetes. Well, that remains to be seen. That's up to the judge. The judge could revoke his bail because he has other cases. I mean, that's up to the judge, because remember, this isn't like a regular trial for all his other cases. This is just if he violated the restraining order. Is he guilty or not guilty? Only he could drag out a violation of a restraining order for 3 goddamn days with nonsense. Now, here's the problem. His attorney doesn't really know how to lawyer unless he can throw in narrative, speculation, and try to muddy the waters of the person. Once he's not allowed to do speculation or narrative anymore, he starts to stumble. He doesn't know what to do. He does not know what to do. Quite a bit. He would probably have been locked away by now, but this is Judge Pomerol. He gambled wrong. He thought there was only 2 options for judges, both of which were judges that did not lock him up before. Well, he failed miserably because this judge is Judge Pomerol. He's a no-nonsense kind of judge. He doesn't do the whole, dealing with the narrative BS. Judge doesn't appreciate it. Let's put it that way. The judge does not appreciate narrative, speculation, putting in all the, he's the greatest person since sliced bread. It's absurd. He's the most prolific abuser. Insert word abuser here. Prolific abuser. Sure is. Sure is. Sure freaking is. This judge does not play around. He does not like the narrative thrown in. He doesn't like conjecture. He does not like the BS that Bradel plays. It is extremely pathetic. But once again, this is what people pay to watch, folks. This train wreck of a nonsensical man and his lies are what people apparently like to watch. I can't make sense of it. I cannot, It is a no-nonsense judge. Judge Pomerol does not play games. He is not a judge that messes around. That's why you hear him sort of moving people along, move along, ask the next question, because Bradel keeps trying to bring in conjecture, right? His pure speculation of calling people names. Like yesterday, he wanted to call, he tried to refer to me as the shady babysitter. Sir, I have 3 children of my own. What? Like, what? He just makes shit up because he knows the cult will then take that into harassment mode. And his job is to do what his client wants. His client wants him to spew nonsense for all the people that he doesn't like. And that includes me, right? Well, he is mentally unstable. So, meh. He does, Darvo. Hard. The amount of accusing other people of doing the things that he's currently doing or has done a million times over is something I've never seen before. I have never seen the amount of projection I have seen with him. Ever in my life. People don't even realize it. Like when he's accusing somebody else of doing something else, it's something he has done or is currently doing. That's the really sad part about it. And it's going to take probably his other trial for half the people to realize they've been duped. I think most people see what a douche he is. Some people like it until they realize that the douchiness isn't just an act. Okay? It's not just a shtick. He feels little inside. So he thinks by belittling other people or by trying to destroy other people's lives, he can take that power and use that power and wield it. The problem with that is those days are over for him. Those days are over. More and more people are standing up to him and saying, we're not afraid of you, sir. You are a giant pussy. Bring it. Because here's the difference between me and him and other people and him is he's willing to break the law. He's willing to try to blackmail, intimidate, and threaten people into silence. We're not willing to break the law. We will watch justice unfold right here with our popcorn in our chair. And we will laugh. And we will point. The worst thing you could do to a person like that is take away the internet from them. That man lives on the internet 24/7. That's all he does. Sleeps like 3 hours a night. Internet is his life. You know? That's why he was in, you know, the health part originally was because they had to detox him from his Adderall. He stayed there because he cried that he was in danger. That's the sad part about it. You know, that is the sad part. If she doesn't realize at this point that she is the next victim, nobody's going to feel bad for her. And I'll tell you why. When you make dozens of sock accounts to harass people he doesn't like, and you're that mentally unstable yourself, which none of the other women who have been with him have ever done, then nobody feels bad for you when it happens to you. No one's going to feel bad for you. You're just as bad as he is in my eyes. You're just as harmful as he is. Sorry, not sorry. And I'm a person who feels bad for pretty much anyone that has to go through stuff like that. And I have a lot of sympathy and a lot of empathy. For that girl, I will never have any. Not a single bit, not a friggin' drop. So if I don't have any, and most of you who know me personally know that that says quite a bit. Ooh, bra commercial? Is it a good bra? I need a new one. Bad. Yes, this is a different judge, a better judge. Yep, it is a no-nonsense judge. Bradel's just as bad. He lied to the BBO, dude. Okay? You didn't know we were here, Benny? We've been here, my friend. Exactly. It's not if, it's when. And it's happened probably 15 or 20 times already. Lindsay is a close friend of mine, and I will always have her back. And she knows that. What has been done to her and so many other people is deplorable. The amount of harassment I got last night into today, yesterday, just for the stunt they pulled yesterday is deplorable. Deplorable. Disgusting. That's not normal behavior. Now, I deal with it every day, but of course it ramped up about 100% last night because all I wanted to do was try to, you know, punch down on a single mother of 4 because she was willing to stand up and say, you're not going to do this to me and my children. She's the only one willing to go to court and say, I need a restraining order from this psychopath and get one. And get one. Everybody else has tried, and the court doesn't allow it because they don't realize how harmful he is. They just allow him, and this is what he's been doing for years, is use the court system as a way to wield. Almost every person that has attempted to get a restraining order on him and get away from him has been met with false charges by him going to a courthouse or the police station and either falsifying evidence and literally making it up or having someone else make it up and send it to him. Or him going back and back and back to the police station, hounding them in order to try to charge the person that has already stepped up to him to say, I want a restraining order, in order to have them charged as a revenge tactic. That is not the way the court system is supposed to work. Okay? It's not. I agree with you, Jack. He should have been a very long time ago. I don't think people were taking it serious. You know? I told you, Joy, the reason is because he thought he was going to get one of the other 2 judges. He thought those were his only options, were the 2 judges that he thought liked him. He made a grave mistake because he got Judge Pomerol, which is not a judge that likes him. Like, you know, there aren't. I like to call him a suck of oxygen, and I would appreciate it if he would give back the oxygen that he sucks daily from the rest of us good people on planet Earth, because he's wasting my goddamn oxygen. And I'd appreciate getting it back, please. And I don't say that about a lot of people. But he happens to be one of those people. It's just a waste of oxygen. You know? There aren't enough words to describe it. You're a lawyer. You know how stupid it is to ask for a friggin' bench trial. Like, what? Like, who? What? Hey, Jay. Like, what in the actual hell? Exactly. You would think that they would have picked a jury. Dumbass. And I called it. I knew he would call a bench trial. I knew he would ask for a bench trial. You can ask people privately. I told them for weeks. Want to know why he hasn't picked a trial, whether it's a jury trial or bench trial yet? Because he's going to go for a bench trial. He made a grave miscalculation thinking that he only had a choice of 2 judges. And they gave him Pomerol. If I was him, I'd be shitting my pants right now. And I'm going to bet that he is. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And some of the women that he had been texting or sexting or talking to, Meredith now likes to harass by calling them and demanding evidence. And I know these things as facts because I talk to these women because they get harassed into oblivion by people like Meredith. Well, here's an idea. Did you think that a cheater was magically going to change? Did you think he wasn't going to do it, honey? Did you think you were special? Once a cheater, always a cheater, my darling. You know better than anyone else. She just stays with him for clout. At this point, how many women has he cheated on her with? At this point. Every time he cancels a show, it's because they're fighting. That's why. Threatening each other, fighting. You know? It's insane. No, nobody does. They should be able to live their life and call out nonsensical bullshit. Is he really? I mean, if he is, hey, good for him. You know? He is very mentally unstable. Very. Very. Apparently him. Why? Because it fills his pockets. Remember, you know, channels that are willing to tell the truth, they're not bringing in the big bucks. You're willing to jump into a conspiracy and say it is one and say a bunch of shit people want to hear, then the dollar signs fly. That's why they do it. And that's why he does it. The only difference is he has no self-control. Narcissists usually don't. And so they do things before thinking about it. And they act before thinking. And so he oftentimes shoots himself in the foot over and over and over and over and over. It's only a matter of time before he does it again. No way. Did he really, Anna? That's freaking awesome. I love it. Yeah, it is made for TV, you know? It is. It's a sad state of affairs because the justice system needs to do its job and hold these people accountable, you know? Ink cartridges. I hate the way ink cartridges smell. They suck. They suck. I can't unsee any of it, Ash. God damn it. Well, that's the problem. They seem to think that if he's not stabbing or, you know, shooting people, he's not dangerous. Well, as we know, as we all know very well, that's not true. You know, I wish there was. Do you know that lots of lawyers are actually don't want to take a case involving him at all because they're afraid their family's going to be harassed into oblivion? What does that tell you about our justice system? That even the lawyers don't want to deal with it? You know? That's really sad. That's something that makes me sad. These are the cases I would want. These are the cases that I would want. These are the things that I would want to take on so that something can be done about it. So it's really sad. That's hilarious. Good for Hank. I think everyone's ADHD is probably bouncing off the wall today. The bathroom fitter's in one of his lives. Who knows? I mean, apparently not. Apparently not. I mean, I've seen quite a bit of what Meredith has done to other people and what she continues to craze, lunatic, getting drunk, calling people, screaming at these women that they need to give her, you know, evidence, them fighting in the background, the constant messaging people, the constant text messages, emails, DMs, the constant fake accounts. She's gone off the effing deep end. Gone off the effing deep end. Spilled vodka and regret. No impulse. None at all. Not even a little bit. You know, my quote has been full on that, J-Rock. I feel you, my friend. It has been full for quite some time now. I can only deal with so much stupidity at once. And my stupid Gatorade bottle of the level of stupid that I can deal with has been overfilling for a while, especially when it comes to X. It's a fucking cesspool. It's a cesspool. I can't deal with the level of stupidity and echo chamber nonsense of things that have completely been debunked, but people are still screaming about them. I mean, someone the other day was actually arguing with me that Chris Albert had anything to do with anything. Now, first of all, I know Chris Albert. Secondly, he's a good guy and his family are good people. Fourth of all, Chris Albert would help anybody with the shirt off of his back if you needed it. And fifth of all, Chris Albert wasn't even in the fucking house. Like, what are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Some of the shit these people say has been long proven to be not true. If you showed them a video of Karen backing up at 24 miles an hour and hitting John, they'd still say, it's AI, it's not real, it didn't happen, not guilty. It doesn't matter what you show them at this point. They just don't want to be wrong. And to some of them, being wrong means that your behavior towards other people has been really wrong and they don't want to come to that realization at all. Like Vino Verdes. I'm telling you, I've been saving my fund for being able to get takeout for my mozzarella sticks when she gets found guilty. I'm telling you, I kid you not. I'm getting those mozzarella sticks. Been thinking about them for a week now. Oh, don't you? That one I love when people argue with me about. That's my favorite one, Agent 99, when they argued about the pig DNA. Yeah, Chris walked home. He went to the bar and then he walked home. I love that one, the pig DNA. It's a pig's ear. It's a toy that the dog can eat. It's a true toy. Where's the dog DNA then, genius? It would be covered in dog slobber. You ultimate genius. I do. Actually, I shouldn't say I think. I know some of them are going to be suing civilly. I think these people are going to be buried in civil suits for years to come. Buried, just absolutely buried. So all the money that they have been raking in off of this case, probably going to go to their victims, as it should. Many of their victims don't have the money to sue. Many of them, people who have been smeared and defamed, don't have the money to sue. But there are a good chunk of people who are dropping civil suits, and it's not going to be fun for those who decided to defame and smear and lie. You know? You are correct, Jay. You are correct, my friend. Oh, I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Right? From your lips to God's ears. Pretty dumb, though. You're not even being mean. Like, pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. There's no dog DNA. They swabbed every hole. The best one I get still to this day is Proctor kept all the clothes in his car for weeks. Nope, didn't happen. Or when they tell me that there was snow underneath John, when I have to inform them that, then how is he thrown out there, put out there later if there was grass and dirt under him and not snow? And then they go, oh, there was snow. No, there was picture and video. There was no snow under him. There was dirt and grass. There was the ground underneath him. You absolute freaking geniuses. They swabbed every hole. That's what she said. I know. I set myself up for it. That's what she said. It's nonsensical at this point, people. It's non-freaking sensical. Like, this shouldn't even be something that we have to argue at all. Like, this is something very, very straightforward if they just looked into the evidence. The problem is most people don't bother to ever look at even a little bit of the evidence, you know? We do. We love breadsticks, but mozzarella sticks. Mozzarella sticks. Do you need Pizza Hut? Oh, they have waffle fries. They put cheese and bacon. It's so good. So good. Well, they didn't even, half the wild claims they didn't even bring in. Why? Because the defense didn't want to call Higgins or any of the Alberts or Proctor. If they're so confident these people did something wrong, why wouldn't you want them on the stand? Why wouldn't you call them? Why? Why not? I'll tell you why. Because it would fail miserably and then some. And then some. No, they don't want the evidence. They want what they've been fed for the last 2+ years. They want what they've been fed. They want to just scream solo cups and butt dials, solo cups and butt dials and dog. That's what they want to scream about solo cups and butt dials. Come on, people. There is so much evidence in it, and they want to put their fingers in their ears and say la 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 to the rest of the evidence. I know, Lindsay, I've been thinking about them for like a week and a half. I want them. It's like so hot today too, and I'm like, I don't cook. I don't have to cook. That's a good question. I'm guessing working on their closings. Possibly, maybe working on the closing. Maybe the snowblower. Apparently, they also use it in other states all the time, which I did not know. They had to figure out a way to get the evidence that could be, taken away by the snow or rain or wind, and get it quickly. And that's what they came up with. Sometimes you have to improvise, and they did. They improvised. They got to do what they got to do. But I did learn that in other places, they actually do use them all the time. I did not know that, And I think Jay's right. A lot of this shit fell flat. If you're the jury, you don't even know what the defense is claiming at this point. What are they even claiming? What are they claiming? What are they claiming? Dog bites? Well, Marie Russell said the dog didn't kill him. It totally can be a meal. You can get them from like Papagino's, and they come with like, a big box of them. It totally can be a meal. Can make it a meal. Add some french fries or something. You can make it a meal. Well, that's the other thing. We have a lot of people who clearly don't realize how much snow we get here in New England. And it's like, I understand that maybe you live down south or in a hotter climate where you don't see that kind of snow, but we do, Defense, yeah. No, it's not. Usually the defense at least gives something in their opening statement that they can give to the jury. What did the defense give them in this trial? They claimed there was an eyewitness. They didn't get that, right? The only eyewitness that's willing to lie and say they saw John in the house is Karen herself. And she's not testifying. So, I wonder. Right? Which one does the defense think that the Commonwealth can't feed people? Because they'll bitch about that too. Can't give them pizza from certain places. Domino's is biased. Well, Papa Gino's and Papa John's is probably out since we don't have those in the area. Have to be Domino's or a Papa Gino's, not a Papa John's. Yeah, I heard that in Canada, but there was another place. I can't remember if it was Colorado or I don't know. It was another place that someone was pointing out the other day. Yeah, New Jersey, New York, especially upstate New York. Kentucky in January, and you couldn't go anywhere for a week. That's another thing. If you go down south, they get like an inch or something. My friend was telling me like everything is like shut down, like an inch. Here we like nothing is shutting down. Everything's open, and you're driving if you have to. I have no problem getting in a car and driving through a blizzard. I'm like a pro at this point. You know what I mean? Like in other states, you get to an inch or 2 inches and nobody will drive or nobody knows how to drive. There's a ton of car accidents. That's not the same here in New England, especially Massachusetts. We know how to drive in the snow. Everything's still opened in the snow. DoorDash is still opened in the snow. You know what I mean? Me either, Jesse. I can't wait for this case itself to be over. I think a lot of people can't wait for it to be over. We did find a way to pin the link at the top of the chat here on YouTube for any of you who want to donate via PayPal. It's just a link you can click on. You can use just credit or debit. You don't have to have a PayPal to do it. It's just a link and you put in how much you want to put in. And all you have to do is click on the thing. I did not know we could do that. That was something we just learned. So we learned how to pin that to the comment on the top of the comments in YouTube this morning. And then we have these other ways to donate to help out the channel. We would appreciate it. We are still just a little channel trying to work our way up, and we rely on support from you guys to be able to keep it moving. So you can do it one of these ways, and then we do have the options of YouTube, which are, you know, super chats and super stickers. And you guys have Domino's? I like their pizza now. Their garlic crust now. It's delicious. I do like their pan pizza, though. I'm not going to lie. The good bacon and sausage pizza from them. Pan pizza. So good. So good. Well, that's the other thing. The federal government. Remember that investigation that they screamed about for over a year and a half, and how the federal investigation must have helped them. The federal investigation. The problem with that is the federal investigation found no conspiracy. And they cleared the witnesses and the officers. Do you want to know the only person they didn't clear? The only person they didn't look into? Karen Reed herself. Everyone else had been cleared. Everyone else has been cleared from the federal investigation. So these people that keep waiting for the feds to drop down from the sky, not happening. It's not happening. Okay? The investigation is over. And I'm going to tell you personally that Leah, the woman who took over for Josh Levy, was disgusted with what Josh Levy did in this case. Was disgusted. She was not impressed. Okay? This is a fact. She was disgusted. Why do you think it was closed? Then they did the audit. And remember, FKR screamed, "These guys are great. These guys are great. They're reputable. We're going to find stuff out." Then the audit showed that there was nothing. They found no corruption, no planting of evidence, none of the things that these people have been crying about. So an investigation that's closed is magically now reopened. I love when they say stupid shit like that because I have no idea what they're talking about. The woman that took over was disgusted by what Josh Levy did, and I honestly think that he needs to be held accountable for the sham that he helped create, because he helped create the fact that people got harassed into oblivion, and that's unacceptable. Oh, well, the citizens voted on it because they were FKR people. That's why they were whining and crying and bitching, and then of course, as soon as the results came, they didn't like those. They didn't like those. They weren't the same police, by the way. The Stoughton police were the ones that had the issue. Let's throw that out there. 2, the state police always investigate unattended deaths as part of the law in this state. And they're not the same ones from this trial. So to say they're all the same ones from this trial, that's a false statement. Nope. No, they weren't. I've covered this case numerous times. Sandra's case. No, they were not all the same. No, they were not. No, they were not. There was many different officers, and the Stoughton PD were the ones that had the issues when it came to, you know, grooming and all that stuff. Not the Canton PD, the Stoughton PD. See, that's what happens when you jump into a cult echo chamber. Tully is the head of this. I feel so sorry for you. Honestly, I do. Do you not realize how units work? He was the head of the Norfolk County DA's office. Of course, the state police get all unattended deaths in the state of Massachusetts. It's part of the law. It's their jurisdiction. Common sense would say some of the same officers are going to be, but they only have so many investigators. That's how it works. Yes, he is state police. That's correct. It's amazing to me, the lack of knowledge that people have, and then they scream things out loud because the cult told them to, and the cult repeated it. So it has to be something that's nefarious and scary. When in reality, that's not the way it works. In my state, the state police get all unattended deaths, all of them, all of them. That is the jurisdiction. It's in the law. He is the head of the Norfolk County DA's office. Of course, he investigated. The state police, by the way, were the ones that called the feds in. Just FYI. In case you missed that press conference that the feds had, thanking the state police for calling them in on this. Just saying. In case you missed that part, where they worked together on this. Yeah. Just in case you missed that part. The federal investigation, no, it's not still ongoing. It's been closed for a long while. Last year, pre-trial to the first trial, the feds and the witnesses' attorneys were able to speak, and the feds allowed the witnesses' attorneys to present to the court the fact that their clients had been cleared. That hearing still very much exists where you can go and watch it. Tony Brewski say what? Did I miss something? I missed something in chat, right? It was a girl in high school she didn't like, and Karen made her life miserable. Oh, shocker. That was a shock. Brewski received an email from Karen's classmate, said she's always been a Karen. Oh, shocker. Shocker. I mean, you can't because they're investigations. It's like the whole point, right? You know? Oh, there are quite a few, especially from her ex-boyfriends. They just don't want to be involved. And I don't blame them. I don't. Why would anyone at this point? You know? That's really sad. I mean, on par, but sad. You know, that mean girl shit. That FBI investigation has been over for quite some time. The cult magically thinks that closing an investigation means that it's secretly open, even though the feds have said it is closed. It is closed. It is done. Done. Over. It's been represented in 3 separate court cases in the district. What more do you want? They want the whole FBI office to come out and say it's over, or they buy another conspiracy theory where magically they're still investigating secretly, and magically the feds are going to come from the ceiling and kick in the windows on cords, and they're going to arrest everyone. The problem with that is it's never going to happen, and you'll be turned to dust before that ever happens. Well, that's why I don't allow just shit to just fly in my chat that's untrue, because nobody's going to come in here and perpetuate a lie. Misinformation. That is how we got here to begin with. That is how we friggin' got here to begin with. This is how people got harassed into oblivion to begin with. Was one person feeding thousands of people bullshit lies, those thousands of people feeding thousands of other people bullshit lies, a bunch of other YouTubers looking at how much money was being made by feeding those lies, jumping on those lies some more, feeding those lies to thousands of more people so they could fill their bank accounts, and so on and so forth. The problem with that is there's a fucking human toll. And yep, I dropped an F-bomb. There is a human toll when you spread misinformation and lies, and it hurts real people in their real lives. It's despicable. It's deplorable. It's disgusting. Do better. Do better. That's another thing. There's too many people that are just afraid of the cult, so they don't speak up even when they see something that's wrong, or they watched something that was wrong. They don't speak up. Sometimes because they're blackmailed or harassed or threatened by the cult. And sometimes because they're afraid because they've seen what happens to people who do. And that's really sad. See, that's a problem. It's not all the same officers. There's like 1 or 2 of them, and they're state police. That's their job. They do all unattended deaths in the state of Massachusetts. So to sit there and say they're the same officers, they're not the same officers. Stoughton PD is the one that had the issue with grooming. She lived in Canton. So the Canton PD are the ones that knocked on the door to go check on her and found her. Canton PD, other than knocking on her door, finding her, and handing it over to the state police, has nothing to do with anything. We will find out more later on, you know. Yeah. And he had no choice but to resign. He was going to be thrown out one way or another. You know what I'm saying? No. That's why it was closed. You know? Yeah, I heard that radio show that Leah Foley went on. You know? She tried to put it out there for people, and people were like, she didn't directly. So it's like, what part of what she's saying are you not understanding? They weren't picking up what she was laying down, you know? Oh, verdict in the Daybell trial. Okay, what was it? What was it? Yeah, it was not for bias. It was for the appearance of, which means even if it looks like it, if it's not, it's not bias, but it could look like bias. That's an appearance of bias. Doesn't make it a bias. It's that other people might think that it is. That's what an appearance of bias is. Those are two very different things. You know? I mean, we probably know it's guilty when it comes to Daybell. Let's get real here. You know? Good. Right? Right. Yep. Leah Foley. I did. But I do think that he did a great job, and I think he didn't need to recall Welcher. I think he did enough damage to show that ARCA couldn't have possibly known what the F they were doing, considering they were basing their crap off assumptions. Lots of assumptions. Waiting for the verdict to be read on Laurie. Let's see. But I do think that Hank did a good enough job that he didn't need to. And I didn't think Rentschler would be that, you know, that argumentative, to be honest. He wasn't in the first trial, but it just showed that he was ready to cover his ass at any cost. And that's really sad too. It's really, really sad. Sorry guys, I'm getting incoming messages, so I need to check them real quick. Not long, right? For the Daybell stuff, not long. It was quick. And I have no doubt that she will be found guilty. I mean, come on. You know? Oh, so Lizzie made a comment before she was a whack-a-troll to say something about me bashing an innocent woman for clicks and views and money. I hate to break it to you, lady. The money's not over here. So that just sounds ridiculous. Number one. Number two, I've done many other cases aside from hers. Number three, she's not innocent and she's destroyed numerous lives along with your king sewer turtle. So run along back to, Cult HQ. They're calling you along. And if you really think that there's going to be a not guilty verdict, I think that you might want to tell other people what you're smoking. Like Jen McCabe. I don't even know Jen McCabe. Did Jen McCabe get in my head too? No. I don't know Jen McCabe. I've never met Jen McCabe. So that would be a no-go. I don't think Jen McCabe has the power to get into people's heads, but nice try though. And if we want to talk about teeth, if you would like to pay to replace the ones that my abuser punched out and broke, I'll gladly take the money you can pay the dentist. Otherwise, maybe keep your nasty comments to yourself, because this is why nobody takes you guys serious, because you have no argument other than trying to down on someone's appearance. I've never had a problem getting a man. So it looks like no one else is complaining. It's like you just have nothing but attacks because you don't have a real argument. That's sad for you. I feel sad for you. I feel sad for you, Lizzie. I could set you up with some therapy. It sounds like you might need some. You might need some. And those are the type of abusive people that need to really go touch some grass and get a life. You're a sad person, Lizzie. You're sad. You're a sad human. You're a sad human. Because that's what they do, Jesse. They make comments like that. They think it's somehow going to like shut us up or make it like I'm gonna go cry in my pillow because you said something mean. Oh no. Yeah, no. No. See, we just hit the block button and ban button, and then poof, there you go. You're gone. Imagine that. You could make 17 stock accounts, and every single one of them will still be whack-a-trolled. And you just spent all that time for what? To play finger push-ups? Boop, 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 boop. Right? Send them pamphlets on mental health and how to get some serious help. Because if that's all you have, right, is trying to attack people based on their looks, and let's be clear here. I might not be a model, but I know that I'm not bad looking. So, I mean, to even bother with that is like some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. I mean, my name is tattooed on 3 different men. I'm pretty sure I've never had a problem. My first husband, God rest his soul, has it tattooed on his arm. My ex I was with for many years has it on his neck. And I've been with my current husband for 11 years. So pretty sure I'm not worried about what some strange random internet troll has to say about my looks. But good try. A for effort, troll. A for effort. A for effort. I know, right? Like, I'm in middle school. Look at the mean thing I said. Isn't that so funny? No, it's pathetic. It's really pathetic. It's like so funny to me that they think it's like so cool. It just shows how juvenile some of these people are. Me too, Lindsay. Yeah, quick verdict usually does not mean good for the defendant. That's for sure. I love you. I love you. I just love you. Yeah, people who don't know her. So it's like, you have a lot to say about people you don't know, don't you? It's quite funny to me. See, me neither, Lindsay. It's funny. I just write something and I don't ever read the responses. So it's like, joke's on you. I don't read them. Joke's on you. I mean, I don't even know why she attempted to be her own attorney. That's just crazy to me. That's just crazy. She's already owed an apology. A lot of us are. Not that we'll ever get them, but a lot of us are. You know? Thank you, my friend. Thank you. They just don't know anyone. It's like, do you think anybody who makes comments about people you don't know that we care? Sorry, lady, guy, person, troll, fake account, stalker, cyber stalker, probably my cyber stalker. No one gives a shit what you have to say. Like, that's all they got. It's all they got. It's all they have. Right? They just use 17 different names. Quite sad if you ask me. I would never take the time to make 4 separate fake accounts ever in my life. Never mind make more than that. And some of these people, and I literally kid you not when I say this, I'm being dead serious. This is full knowledge. I'm 100% telling you. Some of these people have upwards of dozens, I kid you not, dozens of fake accounts, fake emails, and sock accounts. How sad of a person do you have to be? It's pretty sad if you ask me. But hey, Lizzie, if you ever need your makeup done, you can call me. I'll still do it for you. I'll still do it for you. Feel bad for you. I'll still do it for you. Time is it? 1:49. So I still got like 10 minutes before they restart. Judge Pomeroy at least is usually on point, on time. Problem is, hold on. Navin was streaming it. I don't know if he's going to go back to streaming it. Let me find out. Let me find out. Phone might help, right? Right. Hold on. Let's see. That's hilarious. All right. I'm trying to see if we can get it. Well, let's see if Navin's going to continue to stream it. Because we weren't getting good audio. Jack, you don't need to apologize to me. Everybody has their own, everybody's allowed their own opinions, my friend, including you. I would prefer everybody work together, but sometimes that's just not possible. You know, sometimes it's just not. I'd prefer, I feel like, you know, people are stronger together than they are apart. But I cannot knowingly, in good faith, work with people that I think are harmful or do harmful behaviors and things. And you have to remember that you guys see a lot publicly, but I deal with a lot privately. And I know things that a lot of you don't, you know? And I try not to bring it here because it's just not the place, right? And you gain nothing by spewing someone's stuff or spreading it. I have a very strong pull in me that says, you know, certain times like, hey, people have to be warned. And the other part of me says, don't say anything because it's not worth it. But I do argue with myself in my head about whether I should say things about certain people. And I don't care what side of the fence you're on when it comes to this case. I don't like punching down on anyone. But if the behaviors that you're doing are harmful and misleading on purpose, I want no part of it. I want no part of it. And I will not support it. I don't care if you're on the same side as me when it comes to this case or not. I don't give a shit. I can't. I cannot do it. I don't, but I like to have a little fun with them because, like, they say the most ridiculous stuff. So I like to have a little bit of fun, you know? If I'm going to deal with it, I might as well have a little fun with it. That's publicly. You have no, it's, imagine that times like 100 on a daily basis privately. And I'm talking DMs, emails, text messages, phone calls, like you name it. You name it. If you can name it, I deal with it on a daily basis. All because I dare speak up. I dare do that. How dare I? How dare I? How dare I do such a thing? How dare I? Sad, but true. Happy birthday. Thank you. Message in a murder trial. That was so funny. Like, did you just say happy birthday to your 10-year-old at a murder trial, sir? What just happened? Makes plenty of sense. A lot of the people have DUIs themselves. And for someone who, you know, had a small criminal record when I was an addict, I can understand why they would feel for her. But once the evidence came out that you don't back up at 24 miles an hour by accident and all the other evidence that sort of surrounds it, don't you realize at that point that there's no accident that happened here? There wasn't just some giant accident for Karen. This was on purpose, you know? See you later, Jay. Right? You know what I'm saying? Just, you just dare, you know? 44 minutes and 17 seconds. Wow, that's quick. Wow, that is freaking quick. Wow. Whew. That is quick. Right? Happy birthday, kiddo. Like you want to say happy birthday to your 10-year-old at a murder trial, sir? I'm a little confused here. I'm a little confused. I don't understand why you would want to say happy birthday to your 10-year-old during a murder trial. I don't want to play one of these crap stations. I can't do it. So I'm sending Navin a message to see if he's going to continue to stream it at 2. Because we don't, I would like to see a resolution in that. And I don't want to, I can't listen to some of these other freaking insane people. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Just cannot do it. What the hell? You know, sometimes Discord is very... What the hell? Why? Why is it not allowing me to... You know what? Maybe I do it this way. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No, 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 no. No, I don't want to do that. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, that was a little crazy. Like, okay, hold on. I have the login for that. Please hold. Please hold. You guys remember Nextel? Please hold while the Nextel subscriber you are trying to reach is located. Do you guys remember that? Okay. Sending it to you. Oh no, it's 204. That's the meeting ID. That should be all you need to get in. Yeah, try to say happy birthday to a 10-year-old. Like, why? Why would you do that? For what reason? Yeah, Lori Daybell was the lady who her and her husband buried her children. One, I think, was autistic in the backyard of his house, and then they were disappeared for a long time, and she wouldn't tell them where they were. Crap. All right, we're getting it. We're getting the Zoom back. Yeah, on her husband's land nonetheless. Like, so insane to me. And Peggy, yeah, she'll never get to say happy birthday to John again. It was a little sad, you know? Why? Why would you? Why? For what reason? For what reason? You know? What reason would you do that? No real reason at all. That too. He'll never get to wish his niece and nephew a happy birthday ever again. You know? Ever again. It's really sad. Yeah, that was a big case. The original one, I think, but this one is about, is this one about her first, second, third husband that her brother shot? Is that what this one is? Because, I mean, the way they found those bodies were really bad. You know, I keep thinking about those kids in Canada that are missing, Jack and Lily. I keep looking in to see if there's any updates on them. Just hoping they're safe somewhere, and that someone didn't do something horrible to them. This is why I don't let my kid ride her bike alone outside, even with me standing in a window. I am right there if she's, you know, I am very protective when it comes to my kids, and they're not going anywhere that I'm not. Or my sister, you know. I don't trust anyone, not with my kids. Oh, the Watts case. That one is, I can't even think about that one. That one is just so awful. You know, that's another thing. Can you imagine the investigators that had to find that? The officers, those things live with them forever. He clearly did not take the case seriously, Lindsay. I think you make a very valid point here. That they don't take it seriously. Not by a long shot, you know? The niece's ex-husband, the one they shot at and put the mask on. I remember this. I remember that. That's right, Alba. You're right. Oh, you're going to go into a rabbit hole with that one because there are a lot of other crimes that go with that specific case. She's the doomsday mom. That's what it's, doomsday mom. Is this the Daybell stuff right now? Yeah. Well, I still think Dr. Wolf was worse than Rentschler, but I think Rentschler didn't come across like he did in the first trial, where he was more willing to not lie. This time, I think he knew the jig is up if you answer the questions honestly. So you're going to have to be evasive. I don't think she's gotten the death penalty. They're bringing her out. Freak, can we unmute that while you're doing the other thing? And if it's muted. It's not muted on my end. I don't think she got the death penalty in any of it. Yeah, I think it's muted. Unless you guys can hear it. Can you guys hear that? No? Nope. I don't hear it either. Unless the court has it muted. They might still have it muted. So I can't hear shit. She was found guilty of the other things, yeah. It's the court, okay. Yeah, the Brandon. I remember seeing him in another interview about this whole thing. This is the Doomsday Mom while we're waiting to pull up the Sewer Turtles second part of the hearing from today. You think Rentschler was worse than Wolf? It should be over soon. We're getting to that. We're pulling it up now. Freak's getting it up. Yeah, she was found guilty of 2 other endless trials. Oh.
All right, the jury is present. Everyone can be seated. Do we have a foreperson? Has the jury reached a verdict? Yes. Will you hand the verdict to my courtroom assistant?
It's buffering. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Doesn't really care. She's already doing life. So what does she care?
All right, the clerk will read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona, in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-001242-001. Verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly and the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about October 2nd, 2019, as follows. Guilty. Signed, foreperson. Are these your true verdicts, so say you one and all?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right, on the court's own motion, I'll ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you at this time. I have one more legal issue I need to resolve before you can be released from the admonition. So please just hang tight in the jury room for what's hopefully a few minutes, and then we will let you know if we need your further service. So please retire to the jury room, and please, the admonition still applies.
All rise to the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. And aggravation phase, we're prepared to proceed with. I'll ask the defendant. Yesterday, you indicated you didn't want to proceed with that and you would rather admit those aggravators. Is that still your desire?
I will still stipulate, Your Honor, even though I object to having an aggravator phase at all.
Okay, so the state has alleged this is a dangerous offense. Do you understand? And the state has also alleged that this particular crime that you've been found guilty of involved the use or of an accomplice. Is that the extent of the aggravators that you want to prove up?
To the jury, yes, that's all we were going to ask to do.
All right. So, Ms. Daybell, do you understand you have the right to have a jury decide whether or not those aggravators are proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
I do understand that.
And do you understand that by admitting those aggravators or stipulating to them that you'd be waiving your right to have a jury do that?
Correct.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two issues?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two factors?
No.
Are you waiving those factors of your own free will?
Yes.
The court finds and do you in fact stipulate that this was a dangerous offense?
I do stipulate to that fact.
And you also stipulate that this particular crime would have involved did involve the use of a presence or use of an accomplice?
I will stipulate to that fact as well.
The court finds those to be knowingly, voluntarily, intelligently entered into stipulation. The court will find that those do exist as a legal determination. I'll order a pre-sentence report be prepared on both cases.
Can I waive a pre-sentence report and try to move up sentencing?
No, we're going to have one prepared. Let me ask the state, as far as the state's presentation and how many people might speak at sentencing, do you have an estimated time?
Your Honor, 1 second. Your Honor, because we are sentencing both cases together at the same time to be safe, if we could block off a couple hours, because there are obviously next of kin and victims from both cases. It
All
may
right.
be less than that, but I'd think to be safe, if we could do that.
All right, this courtroom is going to be taken over by Judge Myers in a week and a half, but he is